Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Welcome back. Lunch was delicious, with one notable exception. I've run out of pickles. Not just the spicy maple bourbon pickles, but I've run out of dill pickles as well. So we have declared a state of pickle emergency in the Aria household, and we'll be rectifying that very soon. But other than that, lunch was fantastic. Let's see. Holy cow! Lots of people in chat here already. I will say this: we have a repeat offender on our hands. We have a repeat offender. Let me pop my face up on screen so you can see me talking as well. We have Fractured 23, who didn't learn her lesson this morning, and is once again popped up first in chat, and thus is still responsible for the internet as we proceed throughout the afternoon hours, and all the craziness that is most likely to happen during that time. So Fractured, my condolences, congratulations again. The internet is still yours. I imagine since you've won twice, you can probably rename it at this point, being a repeat offender that way. But good to have you here. Congratulations. We'll send that internet out to you via email, and let us know if you do rename it. Let's see. Toxic. Sunshine's here. I don't trust YouTube's notification system, she says.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Probably should. T-Rocks. Oops. That was not good. Where did I just go? I think it was on WSN there. I just hit the wrong button and everything disappeared. We'll bring it back. There we go. T-Rocks is here. Looks like we're waiting for the doors to open. I'll be in and out, bit listening. Still firefighting. Yeah, lots of fires to put out at work, I think, T-Rocks is what you said. Now that the last few days of court appearances have been updated with the new dates, I can relax a while. Toxic, you have your work cut out for you there on Discord. You do a great job. Thank you so much for that. What time is court due back? We're about 15 minutes is when they're going to start up. We just have a little bit of a head start. I'll show you right now. The lights are off in the courtroom. They kicked everyone out and turned the lights off. This is how it looks in there. They're trying to conserve some electricity up there in Wisconsin, but we'll go ahead and join them as soon as they come back and are ready to broadcast live. Let's see, beautiful waterfall. We got you here. Let's see, DW, let's play a game. Where is everybody from? Right now I'm from North Carolina. It was from out west before then, but we've got some West Virginia. DW's in Ireland. That's awesome to have you from all the way across the pond. Alexis is West Virginia as well. Let's see who else we have here. Richard, can anyone remember the 1960s series called The Outer Limits? That's actually before my time, Richard. And I didn't watch a lot of TV growing up, so I'm also at a serious disadvantage that way. Dogs are the greatest. They are. I prefer them to cats myself. Sully is a lovely name. It is. I've got a friend who has a child named Sully. Let's see. AJ's here. Do you think RA is coming back today? Of course. Was there ever any doubt? AJ? Of course I'll be back. We've got part 2 of the Antifreeze case coming up. Antifreeze murder trial. Trial number 2. Part 2, day 1. I think this is what I put on the thumbnail. So let's see. Share Bear's here is finishing his pickles. I wish. Don't bring it up. It's still too soon to talk about it. Rather sensitive to the fact that there are no pickles in the house.
There's a lawsuit.
That should be illegal. I should be able to sue somebody for not having pickles, although I think it's my own fault. So I would just end up suing myself. Seven says, yo, in the house. Good to have you here, Seven. Mac got the spring running again. Can have coffee now, but maybe wait till after all the salamanders are flushed out. Yeah, let's. You might want to filter the water the first few runs until it gets cleaned out a bit. Love spring water, though. That sounds awesome. What is an Irish pickle, says Sunshine and Sunflowers. Is that the one you sent me a picture of? The fermented ones? Miss L got my spot in the back row. Not for long. I can sense that won't be the case for long. Let's see. Mustard Cat, I've been watching for a few days trying to get the hang of this. Still a bit confused. How do seats work? Mustard Cat, the seats command is one of the few commands that just members have access to. Most of them are available to everyone. So if you, like on a globe, like Richard said here, that's how it works. If your name's in green, you can type seat and it moves you to the front of the room. So you get a better view, which is awesome here in the Court of Public Opinion. You get to be right at the front and see everything. Jen thought she was going to be late, but no, you're on time. Wonderful. We're actually a little bit early as we're waiting for court to come back. Going to try this again. How is everyone? Laura, we're doing great. Happy afternoon to you. Happy Wednesday afternoon. Hump day. We're halfway through the work week, right? Weather Watch is here. I'd rather be working. Duh. From Weather Watch. See, not the prettiest part of West Virginia. West Virginia has mountains and hills. I realize, for those that aren't familiar with West Virginia, the early development of the United States owes a lot to West Virginia. West Virginia gave coal, and they lost the tops of all their mountains to get that coal, and so it bears the scars of providing coal for a growing nation. But it has reclaimed a lot of its beauty, and it's got some amazing things. It has, in West Virginia, it has the Hatfield-McCoy Trail system, which I believe is the longest or the second longest ATV trail system in the United States, going through just the most amazing of terrains. If you like ATV riding, if you like side-by-sides, if you like motorcycle riding or off-roading in a Jeep, they have trails for you, and miles and miles and miles of trails. It requires a pass per person in the vehicle, and it's like $79 for the year, and you can go as often as you want. It's amazing, and there's just little towns all along the way that their whole all the money that's brought into those towns is from tourism from those trails. It's just really neat. They allow you to ride four-wheelers on the streets and everything. It's just really cool. It's a different way of life over there, but it's amazing. So if you get a chance to go back and give back to West Virginia, please do so. I almost moved there myself before I came to North Carolina. Let's see. I'm waiting for the next witness. Yes, Sharon, we do have one more witness after this. Probably not a short one. It won't be the 10 minutes that we had, because we sort of got out to lunch 10 minutes early. Kay Hogston says, I'm back. Hello, welcome, Kay. Good to have you here for part 2 of Wednesday's day 1 of the trial. Good afternoon. Happy hump day, recovery addicts and other addicts, says Denise. Happy hump day to you as well, Denise. Weather Watch, Golden Girl, Toxic, recovery addicts. That's me. I just read everything I see on the screen. Pickles Not Politics, formerly known as TW, is here as well. Listening only. I'm going to hold you to that, TW. Just kidding. You're welcome in chat anytime. Lots and lots of stuff. I'd rather be working. I'd rather be day working. Maui Gal's here. What's up? Hopefully the surf, Maui Gal. We need like surfing pictures from you to the burner phone. Alexa says, whoa, wait a minute. Is this a new intro? I'm late every day, so I didn't see it before. It is a little bit new. I've had it for about a week, though. I might tweak it a little bit. I'm one of those guys, I just can't leave it the same all the time. I'm even looking at the seat commands. I'm like, we need to have that changed. Mrs. Ari was saying, you need to make that different and keep up changing that, make it interesting. So I'd like to tweak things all the time. Mustard Cat says, give it a try on something, whatever that was. He's going to try it. Yes. CG in Texas, good to have you here. Thanks for the text, by the way, CG. I appreciate I won't share on chat here what the information was, but I appreciate you reaching out to me with that. It means a lot to me that you're looking out for me. Let's see. Toxic Alexis on a globe. That guy, no pickles. Outrageous. I know. It's a crime, really. It is a crime. Break is over, but court's still not in session. We're still in the dark as far as court goes. So we're going to hold tight, finish roll call, hopefully, before judge comes back. Samantha Terry's here. Take a seat. Squirrel. I need to turn that up just a tiny bit. The squirrel one's a little too quiet, and the Daryl Brooks is a little too loud. I'll adjust those. Let's see. Who else do we have? Samantha Terry, Rhonda, Kay, Fractured. We got you already. You're in charge of the internet. We can't go without you. Julianne in Ireland, welcome. Laura says, egads. I know. No pickles? You and I both. We feel the same. DMB, hello again, everyone. Hello to you as well. That guy, Tish, Debbie says, late. No, you're still good. I haven't finished calling the roll, so you're good. Christy Busby's here. Dallas K, I got a notification. Now it's time to celebrate. Dallas, that's wonderful. Whatever's working, don't touch anything. Don't touch anything. The notifications are working. Vixen's here. Good to see you, Amber. Ginger, Adam, AJ says, we are back. Is that like the we're back sort of thing? Yeah, we are back. Almost. We're just waiting for court to get going. We're not going to miss anything of this trial. I will tell you, I have to say, I am sorry. I am sorry for how things went this morning. I feel like I sort of got thrown right back to the Young Thug case where somebody hacked the Zoom, and there on the screen was everything we didn't want to watch, right there in the middle of the courtroom. I didn't even notice it for a while, and you guys alerted me in chat, and sure enough, and then I had to delete the whole video as quickly as I could, so I didn't get my channel banned. And then here we are in court thinking we're going to have just a nice, safe antifreeze murder to discuss, and no. They blow the doors wide open with all sorts of pictures left all over the house and details about the pictures and what's in the pictures. And then we've got poo smeared on the walls in one case. And just next thing you know, we've pretty much gone down every road except the murder road. But yeah, hopefully it'll get a little more focused on what we came here for this afternoon. I know I won't have to sit here in panic that they might show something that I'll get in trouble for. Fracture says, I'm not a repeat offender. I'm an avid fan of the channel and chat. Didn't mean to win the internet. Just wanted to make sure I didn't lose track of time and miss anything. They just turned the lights on in the courtroom. So you didn't miss that. So we're just waiting for people to file back in. It'll be just a minute. We'll keep watching right here. As far as the live stream, the audio, my audio source stopped, which is no bueno. Let's go back here. We might have to take this one right here. Different channel. Changes just a tiny bit. Can you see this difference? Channel 2, 3, channel 2, channel 3, channel 2. Yeah, we're going to take the channel 2 for right now and keep that audio on. Audio follows video. Okay. So as soon as something comes in, we'll hear it from the courtroom. You're not going to miss anything, even if it's just a hot mic. CG, who in their right mind would want to win the internet? Seriously, it's a double-edged sword, you know. There's a little bit of pride there if you manage to get through a day successfully, but at the same time, it's a lot of shame. Miss L says, Recovery Addict, can you make a public announcement that the back row is reserved for us who don't have a symbol? Appreciate that. There are a few sliding back here in for our fun back here. Okay, Miss L is right. We do have reserved seating for a reason. So if you have a green name, an icon next to your name, a courthouse icon, I need you to take your reserved seating. The public is available on the back row. We have to leave room for the public in the gallery. Thank you, Miss L. I'm sure we'll get you up in the reserved seating here soon. That guy, AJ, you're saying where you're from. North Texas, Virginia, Canada here, says Fractured. Vixen's from Virginia. I didn't know you're from Virginia. Amber, for some reason that escaped me. I knew Weather Watch was from Texas. I knew that. Christy's from Mississippi right now, but originally from Alabama. Denise is in Idaho. Queen Olive from Washington. We've got Sassy Girl in New Hampshire. California, Tish, stay dry, stay safe, please. You guys are just getting whooped by these storms, one after another. Upstate South Carolina here. Kay, we're going to have to tap you on the shoulder when we start the Murdaugh trials, as that's your stomping grounds. We might need some input from you about how that's being received down there. I'd rather be day working in Wyoming. Brody's in Louisiana. That guy says, Weather Watch, you ain't in Texas. You're in our hearts. South Africa via England from Samantha. It's good to have you here all the way from South Africa. I think, Samantha, you're our only person from South Africa. I really do. But via England is awesome as well. We've got a few from England. New York, Western New York, UK from Warflare. Yep, there's somebody in England, or at least United Kingdom. Man, we've got. I need to build a map from where you're at. I told you I was going to when I started selling these mugs. These mugs right here, the True Crime Addict mugs that have on the back objection overruled of grounds from the Darrell Brooks case. I started wanting to make a map and posting a little pin of where they've gone because we've got them in like several different continents now and many different states. Ooh, something's happening right here. Let's go over here to this one. See if we get some hot mic action. Nothing yet. We'll be listening. Oh, judges on the bench already. Wait for the jury, probably. We're going to finish roll call. Mary Kay, Jen, Irene, Golden Girl, Laura, Jonathan Davenport. Discord info. Yes, just type !Discord in chat, and it will pop up like this on the screen. You can click that link and go straight there. It looks like Mr. Jensen's just arrived. Wearing the same jewelry as before on the bracelets, on the ankles and wrists. A little bit of a fashion statement. Let's see, we've got Mary Murphy. The giant rat that makes all the rules is here. Okay. Mrs. R.A. is here, but she's going to watch another movie with the kids. I'm up front. My opinion matters. Ginger, I'm missing a couple people I know, and court's about to start. I apologize. I think they're about to bring the jury in. They shouldn't have brought him in shackled in front of the jury, so I don't think they're in there yet. Running Grey Wolf is here. Debbie, CG in Texas. Bernice, Washington State there. Mary Kay. Bitfinex, Warflare, Christy, Mary. I think that's it. If I missed you, raise your hand. If I didn't call your name, or if you didn't announce yourself during roll call, Joan got scared, almost lost my connection. We'll keep an eye on it. If I didn't call your name, you now have to just post !late in the chat, and just have to admit that you're late. That's basically what happens here. All right. So we finished roll call before the judge got everything started. He's just he's typing his password now. I swear, by the end of this trial, we're going to know his password. I'm gonna be able to ascertain based on where where he's pushing on the keyboard what the word is, because I think it is a word. I'm in England, but we have to say UK. Welsh and Scots don't. What part of England? I spent some time in England. I'm curious. Recovery. Now I live in Costa Rica. All right, Costa Rica is amazing. I've seen some amazing pictures from there. Okay, I think we're here. Donna, Georgia, Sharebear, Rando, Annabelle.
Back on the record on
Here we go.
Jensen's case. The jury is back in the courtroom. The state is continuing with their case in chief. Who's the next witness for the state?
The state calls Therese DeFazio.
All right, let's have her come up.
And no easy names today.
For the record,
Therese
it's number
DeFazio.
13 on your list, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm just trying to get all the audios matched up here.
I can see her no matter where you Yes, I can. What about you?
You can come up here by the
Would you
witness.
prefer to sit over here?
So I'm starting first, so.
We've got musical chairs going
Thank
on.
you.
But I can see her. I can see her no matter where you sit. So
You can come up here by the witness stand.
I can see her on corners.
Trying to sync up the two videos.
Standing, raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the microphone and spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Therese, Therese, DeFazio, capital D.
Okay, I'm going to switch the audio from
Azio.
Thank you. Go ahead.
It's going to be a little bit of a double here for just a second while I get
Ms.
the good audio
DeFazio,
in.
in 1998, where did you work?
I worked at Southport Elementary School.
Were you a teacher there?
Yes.
What grade did you teach?
I taught third grade at that time.
Sorry, 1 second.
And how long did you work at Southport Elementary School?
Oh, over 20 years.
Are you retired now?
Yes.
And when did you retire?
June of 2013.
Okay, so I just
All
have
that
a
work
couple
and I have the wrong
questions about
feed
the school first.
synced up. So
Back
just
in
1 second.
1998, when did school start?
It started a little bit before 8 o'clock.
At 5 o'clock in the morning, we had to walk uphill
So
both
in the morning
ways
time,
in the
it would be a
snow.
little bit before 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
And do you know what time school would end typically?
It's around between 2:30 and 2:45, I think, at that time.
So if there weren't after-school activities, that's when the students would generally be let out?
Yes.
And then in terms of the beginning of the school year, when did school start at the beginning of the school year?
Well, that year Labor Day was late, so we had to start before Labor Day.
I've got to do the
Labor
whole
Day
audio
was the
thing again.
7th of September.
So give me just 1
So we
second.
started. I believe it was September 1st, and we had an open house the night before. I'm not positive of those dates, but I'm pretty sure that's it.
So early September.
Yeah.
And so back in 1998, before the start of the school year, was there an open house?
Yes, the night before school started.
At that open house, did you meet a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
Yes, Julie Jensen was there. Her son was in my class, David, and she came up to me and volunteered to be a room mother. And I had a couple room mothers that year.
And you said her child was named David Jensen?
Yes, it was.
And so how old are third graders?
About 8, or some of them could be a little bit closer to 9, but he was 8 at the time.
So 8 turning into 9 is third grade?
Right.
That's what she said.
And so when you met Julie Jensen at that open house, did she volunteer to be a room mother?
Yes, she wanted to help me out, so I asked her what kind of skills or things she'd be interested in to help with. My first question to her was, can you come and work in the computer lab with me? Because at that time that was a brand new thing to have computers in the school. And she says, oh no, I can't do that. So then I questioned her some more about what she could do, and she helped me out then later on in the tutoring kids in the classroom.
Okay, so let me go back to that conversation then. So is that something that you generally do with room mothers, figure out the ways they can help you?
Right, because you don't know the people right then. They're first time coming to meet you too. So you have to find out what their interests are, and she was real happy to come and help me. She just couldn't, she says, help me in the computer lab unless I could have somebody open up the program for her. She says, and I can type.
All right. Did she say anything about turning on a computer?
Oh, she said, I can't even turn on a computer. She said, my son David helps me. He turns it. We got a new IBM at home, she said. And
IBM.
I have to ask David to come and teach me. And later on in the year, I found out more about how little she knew.
And did she describe any ability to type?
Yes, she could type. She says, but I only type 35 words a minute. And I says, oh, that's how many I do. That's how I remembered it, because
Okay, I'm going to fix the audio one more time.
We're slow typers.
And now, when you're talking to Julie Jensen about being
now
a
it's
room
fixed.
mother, did you have any idea whether she had done this in the past for other grades for David, or did you not know?
At that point, when I met her, I did not know.
And did you find out more information about that later?
No, I didn't.
So you're interviewing
It's
her
not
to see
quite
what she
perfect.
might be helpful with.
Right.
Now, as you met Julie Jensen, can you just describe for us your impression of her, how she looked physically?
When I met her, she's a petite woman, blonde hair, and very sweet person, very gentle person, soft-spoken.
And so did Julie Jensen, in fact, work in your room as a room mother that year?
Yes, she did. She came in at about 9 o'clock. She was always on time. At 9 o'clock she would be there. And stay until 11, because then she had to go and pick up her 3-year-old Dougie at the time. Doug is David's younger brother, at daycare, or it's like a preschool daycare. And she would work with me from 9 until 10:30. At 10:30,
I got you, Ed. I saw
music
that.
teacher would come in and teach, so that would give us time to go to do some things in what we called a side room to the classroom. And she could
City,
help me
AJ,
do
I'm
some,
not sure. This
more
is
things, and
Kenosha
that's
County, Wisconsin.
basically what she helped me with.
Now, was this on a set day
I
of
think
the
it's,
week?
Yeah, every Wednesday.
we've
So
had it in chat a
Wednesdays,
couple
9
times.
to
Somebody will
11.
be able to post that.
Yes.
It's got like
Now,
2 words.
was Julie generally on time?
Oh, she was always punctual. So when she didn't show up one Wednesday, I had to ask how she was doing. Her son told me.
So before December of 1998, did she show up every Wednesday?
Yes, every single Wednesday.
35 words per minute is faster than
And can you
defense
just
can
tell
talk.
us your interactions with her over these weeks working with the students? What did you observe?
She was very good with the kids with math and listened to kids read. She was very good at all of that. And then at 10:30, we would go into the side room, and she'd help me with either doing some filing or correcting some papers, cutting out things like that. And she was very efficient.
And did she help out students who were not her son?
Oh, yes, yes. Any student who needed her help when they came in.
If it's the 2 sons, they're probably going to be
Now, in
behind the
terms of
defense.
David, how
not
would you
the
describe
prosecution.
him
They tend
as
to
a
sit on
student?
the same side as the.
He was an excellent student,
the side they're
and
supporting.
he had straight A's. He was just really smart, and he also was kind of shy at that age. He was a little bit shy.
So on these Wednesdays, once it got to be 10:30, how would your class change?
They would stay in the room, and we'd go to this side room, which had a glass wall that we could see through to the classroom. While the music teacher would be teaching, she was in there with me.
We'll save your
And,
space, Debbie.
While we were correcting papers and things, she'd ask me questions about raising sons, because I had 2 sons. Mine were much older, though. They were in high school and college. But she liked to talk about, the boys, like I would with my friends when I was raising my kids. She'd share knowledge and information about how to raise sons.
And so you and Julie are not in the classroom anymore. You're off to the side.
Right.
And so that gives you time to talk about other topics not in the class. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you're describing one of these conversations about talking about raising boys. Is that
Yes.
correct? And so did Julie have any specific questions about that you can recall?
I don't recall the specific questions. It's mostly about, getting them into sports, music, things like that. College for the future. How do you save up for college? Things like that. Otherwise, I don't remember anything else.
And did she seem to be thinking about David's future education?
Yes, she wanted to, but I don't recall details about that.
And is that when you talked about college?
Yes, we mentioned college, yeah. Because one of my sons was in college.
Now, at some point, did Ms. Jensen talk to you about recognizing your name?
Yes. One time she was kind of hesitant to ask me, but she says, "Do you have a brother-in-law that is named Paul DeFazio?" And I says, "Yes, that's my brother-in-law."
And so why did she bring that up based on what she said?
Basically, she was curious because we had the same last name. And then I says, "Well, yes, Paul is a psychotherapist." And she said, "Oh, I'm going to see him for marriage counseling."
So she talked about having seen what she learned was your brother-in-law.
Right.
And what did she say that she saw him for?
For marriage counseling. She said that she sheepishly told me that she had an affair. She says with like a one-night stand sort of thing. She says that she regretted it right as soon as she had done it. But she talked to her husband about it and said she wanted a divorce, or he wanted a divorce. I don't remember who wanted a divorce, but they were thinking about divorce. And she said, "Oh, well, let's try marriage counseling first." So that's why they're trying to save their marriage through marriage counseling.
Now, this is a topic that is fairly sensitive, talking to someone about an affair and marriage counseling.
It's
So
okay,
was that
we've gone
surprising
everywhere
to you,
today.
Given your relationship with Julie Jensen at that time?
Well, I've been seeing her every Wednesday since September, and parents usually do confide in me and things. They really feel that the teacher is somebody they can trust, usually, and so they can talk to us about family life or anything. You know, they just open up.
And so other parents have talked to you about detailed family life?
Yes, oh yeah, over the years, many times.
Now, did Ms. Jensen tell you anything at all about how her
Not sure if
husband
that's family or not.
reacted or treated
Wouldn't be
her
surprised
after
if they're
the
there.
affair?
She said that he was watching everything she did and asking her where she was going when she'd go out, what time she'd be back. She says a lot more than he would normally. He was being very controlling over where she went and what she did.
And did she describe anything where she believed that her husband was critical of her?
She said, this happened later on about conversation we were having one Wednesday. She said that, I'm trying to think, before conferences, she was talking to me about, she was worried about the conferences that were coming up on November 18th. And so we had a conversation about that, and she said she wanted to know what I was going to bring up. And I said, well, you know your son, he's a wonderful kid, he's just great. But I was going to bring up something about David having tics and eye tics. And I know that she didn't want me to bring that up because she said he'll be very, he'd yell at me. That's how she said it. He'll yell at me if you bring that up.
And so he, meaning her husband, right?
Yes.
And so this
bit
was
leading.
something, you said, a conversation that occurred leading up to the time of conferences?
Right. It was the Wednesday before conferences.
Charlie, I hear you
And
there. They both
in
cheated
terms
different
of
times.
these,
She went first.
facial tics, what do you mean by that for David?
His eye would have like a tick in it, blinking, and I don't know, I can't remember how to explain that. I mean, it's just the eye is bouncing around a little bit, the eyelid.
And so this was important enough to you that you brought it up with Ms. Jensen?
Well, I only brought it up because she was so worried about conferences coming up.
And this was something that you were going to say at the conference?
Right.
And the expectation would be that Julie would be there, but also Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Okay, a little bit.
And when
Who were
Julie
you
was
before a little
describing to
bit?
you her concerns about this
I
conference,
think that's a name
had she
change.
talked about a prior conference she had attended about
Jonathan.
David?
She said when David was in second grade, that conference was fine. They went to the conference. She says he sat there quiet. Mark sat there quietly, and they had a conversation with the teacher. But she says when we got home, he yelled at me and told me I'm a terrible mother and I don't take care of the kids. And I says, well, isn't David a straight A student in second grade? She says, oh yeah, he's a good student, but he would nitpick and find some little thing that he'd bring up that came up at the conference and would just yell at her.
This is all events that happened
And
back
so
in
then
1998.
how did that cause
Debbie.
you to react when this conference actually happened?
Well, when we had the conference, it was November 18th, I was careful in how I approached anything. I tried to be as positive as I could, which was easy because David was a wonderful student and no behavioral problems. And then I just kind of gently brought the conversation around to the eye tics and said, I think you should take him to a doctor and find out why he's having those eye tics. I says, I'm not a doctor, and you need to have a professional take a look at him.
So the mom said, don't bring it up, and she did anyway?
And you said that was November 18th of 1998. Is that accurate?
Yes.
He's been in jail 22 years.
And so then, was that a Wednesday, do you recall?
Yes, it was.
And so then the next time you would have seen Julie Jensen, is that the next week?
Yes, on November 25th. She came in at a regular time.
And at that time, were you particularly interested in how the conference
Okay,
had
so
went
this is the
for her
defendant
at
right
home?
there on screen.
Right. I asked her, I says, so when you got home, did you get yelled at or did everything go fine? She says, well, He told me I can call the doctor after I pestered him several times, she says, about the doctor. He finally admitted, yes, you can go and call the doctor. But then he wouldn't speak to me at all. She said he would just ignore me, pretend I wasn't there.
And when you were talking to Julie Jensen on November 25th, did you make any observations about her demeanor?
Yes. We went into the side room at about 10:30. She'd been doing fine all morning, and then we brought him into the side room, and I said, "Is something bothering you?" And she was kind of like doing this with her hands. I says, "Come on, tell me, what's the matter?" She says, "Oh, I don't think I should tell you." She goes, and I said, "Well, when you're ready, I'm here for you, I'll listen."
And so you made that gesture with your hands. Would you describe that as hand-wringing?
Yes.
And so then at that point, she hesitated to tell you anything?
She was hesitating, but then after I said to her that when you're ready to talk to me, that's fine. If you want me, I'm here. And she thought for a few seconds, and she says, "Well, I'd like to tell you something. I think my husband was going to kill me last weekend." And I looked at her surprised. I said, "That's not something you hear from a parent." And I said, I repeated, I says, "You said what?" And she said, "That he was going to kill me." I said, "You know what, we better have this conversation down in privacy in the teacher's lounge," because I didn't know if anybody could hear us from the side room. So we proceeded down to the lounge, in the teacher's lounge, to talk about it.
Just more privately?
Yes.
All right, so when you got to the teacher's lounge, describe that conversation for us.
Well, she said that she found some notes next to his. She was cleaning the house, and she cleaned in his room and his desk area there. And she found some notes there. It had like a grocery list. It had things like, she said, it had drugs, syringes. I think it even said needles. On like a grocery list. And I said, "You're sure that those are his notes?" She said, "Yes." So,
now, if I can follow up on that, did she describe how she came across this list?
it was sitting right next to his computer, and she was cleaning the room.
And so she brought that up to you as something that caused her concern?
Yes.
Okay.
Because she said he never took drugs, so she didn't. And
This
she
is before
wasn't,
the time of online shopping carts.
thinking he ever needed
You had to actually write down the stuff you were going to
needle
buy.
or anything. So she just couldn't understand why that note was there.
And when you're having this conversation with her, did she say anything else about the computer?
Whenever she'd come into the room and he was on the computer, he'd either turn the screen or turn it off and wouldn't let her see what he was doing. And she asked him once, "Well, why are you always turning off the computer?" And he'd say, "Well, I'm done with my work for today."
And again, this is on the topic of things she saw that she thought were concerning.
Yes.
And so when Ms. Jensen is talking to you about this list, which has drugs on it, did she say anything about what that made her think?
She was worried that he was going to try and kill her with an overdose of some kind of drug.
And what were your thoughts when you heard this?
I said to her, if you're in danger and you're feeling you're going to have something happen to you, you need to tell someone in authority. So first of all, I said, you need to call the police. She's in Pleasant Prairie, so I said, you need to call the Pleasant Prairie police.
That's
She
where
said,
she
I've
lives,
already done
Pleasant
that.
Prairie.
I've talked to someone over there. And then I says, and then I picked up the phone book and I said, we should look up Women's Horizons. I says, they can help you too. If you feel that you're in danger with him, you need to go to Women's Horizons and get some help. And she said, I have to be here for my boys. She says, I'm not going to leave my boys. And I said, well, you can take your children to Women's Horizons. And she says, oh, no, I can't. He knows a lot of people in this town. And she says, he'd find me. And he'd probably tell everybody that I was crazy and my kids would be taken away from me.
Now, before we
This is
move
her
past
son's
this list,
elementary school teacher.
did Julie
is
ever
testifying right now.
describe to you when talking about this list an incident where her husband was offering her something to eat or drink?
Yes, he brought her something to drink one day, and she says, I wouldn't take it. She says, since I saw those notes, I have been eating out of anything that I pick up or I have made, or I go out to eat. She says, I have not taken anything from him because I'm afraid he's going to put something, like if there is a poison or something, into a drink. And she didn't want to take that chance.
And so when you're talking to her about getting help and offering her various options, what did she say she was going to do?
She says, I'm going to get a plan. I'm working on one right now. She says, I'm trying to get a place in Illinois. A friend has said he'd get me a place in Illinois where I can hide out. I can take the boys with me. She says, I've told the police about it. I'm trying to get a job. But she says kind of difficult because Dougie's only just turning 3, and she wanted to get him into at Southport we had a special classroom for preschool, and he could be a peer helper for children who had special needs in that classroom. But she hadn't gotten to that yet. She was about to. She also had been looking for jobs, but she says because Dougie was only in this preschool daycare for a couple hours, 2.5 hours in the morning, she says that nobody's going to hire me for something like that. Yeah. So she was not sure what she could do with that, but she was going to try.
The defendant's hard of hearing. There are some jury members that are wearing them as well. If you look very carefully, they handed out a couple to them as well.
So she wasn't rejecting help or saying she was going to do nothing. She just described a different way of doing it.
Yeah, different way of doing it.
Now, when you're hearing this conversation with Ms. Jensen, what did you do after hearing these things?
Well, we were finishing up our conversation about 11 o'clock. I had to get back to my classroom because the music teacher was in there and leaves at 11. She had to go pick up Dougie. So I looked her straight in the eye and held onto her shoulders, and I says, Julie, you need to get some help, and if you need any help, you need to call right away to get it. It could be Women's Horizons, it could be your police officer you talk to. I says, but you need to get some help. And she says, I will. I'm getting my plan together. I'm going to be ready in another week or two. I'll be ready to go. And so then I told her, well, she asked me not to tell anyone. I says, but I have to tell my principal this. I can't keep a secret like this.
Hey, Joan, I'm looking him up right now. I've got his picture pulled up. I want to see.
After I went back to my classroom,
I think it's the nose that's very similar.
40 minutes later, I went to the principal and told her what happened. And so we both knew about it.
Now, when you're having this conversation about Ms. Jensen's fear about her husband killing her, was the idea of suicide ever brought up?
She never mentioned suicide, no.
And did she ever say anything to you about whether she would commit suicide?
Oh, she said to me that she was doing all of this to protect her relationship with her kids, because she said, I would never leave my children. And she said, I got this plan going so I could take my children. If I don't have a plan, she said, he will just make sure that he gets a good lawyer to say that I'm crazy, and I will not get my kids or even visitation rights.
I think this is witness number 3.
And so did Ms. Jensen ever
from
specifically
her
deny
son's
to you
classroom,
that she would commit
elementary
suicide?
class.
Well, I never asked her about suicide at all. We never talked about suicide.
Now, to go back to the discussion about counseling that Ms. Jensen had told you about, did she ever say anything about what her husband had said about her in counseling?
He said, she told me that whenever they went to counseling, Mark would tell lies to the counselor, or psychotherapist it is.
Can I have someone in chat respond to this one? It's a longer answer.
She said that she would tell what was going on. He'd make up lies and tell lies all the time about her to make her look like she had a mental problem.
And so
I'm struck by
when
their
Ms. Jensen
recollection
is
from
describing
22 years
her current
ago.
Concern about leaving her husband, was it similar to that she was afraid her husband would make up lies about her?
24 years ago. Probably all these people probably testified at the first trial 22 years ago.
Now, did Ms. Jensen specifically say to you regarding the concerns about her husband making her overdose? Did she ever say to you that she was concerned that he would make it look like a suicide?
Unknown.
Yes, that's what she thought. That's why she didn't want to drink anything. She thought for sure he was trying to get her to drink some kind of drug or poison that would kill her.
Unknown. This is the short answer that Jim Bob put in there. I'm addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground with a metal detector. I kept the name.
And did Ms. Jensen express
true crime too.
concern about if she looked crazy, her children being taken away?
Yes, if he made a good argument about her being crazy, he was also going to go pursue that she'd never see her kids again. He would make sure that she couldn't even come to visit the kids, because he was going to make her look like she wasn't capable of being with the children.
Thank you, Unknown. Appreciate that.
Now, did she say anything about whether she would ever leave her children?
She said she'd never leave her kids. That's why she didn't want to go to Women's Horizons in the first place. Even though I told her that the children could go with her, she said, it's not safe. He will find me there. I have to go someplace where I can
The state has to get all the
really hide
evidence
out.
that was in the letter into trial through other testimonies.
Now,
That's what they're
when
trying to do
Ms.
here.
Jensen, during this conversation, when she talked to you about this list of items, including the drugs and the syringe, did she ever tell you whether she gave that information to anybody else? Objection,
Yes.
hearsay.
Sustained.
Finally an
Statement
objection.
of Ms. Jensen and whether she gave the information to somebody else.
Well, this witness doesn't know.
Well,
You call that other witness then.
So Ms. DeFazio, I am asking you whether Ms. Jensen ever said anything to you about giving this list to someone else.
Yes, she said
Oh,
she gave it,
hearsay.
put it in an envelope and gave it to our neighbor. And I don't know which neighbor, she didn't tell me.
She said neighbor.
A neighbor.
Okay, this is the letter. That's the letter that's not allowed in.
Now, this is all occurring on November 25th.
They can't go any further down that road.
Yes.
The whole trial is going to be.
That's the last time I saw her alive.
So the next Wednesday, would that have been December 2nd of 1998?
Yes, it would be.
And that Wednesday, were you expecting Ms. Jensen to be in your classroom at 9 a.m.?
Yes, and since it was a little after 9 and she was punctual, I said to David, is your mom coming today? And he said, oh, I forgot to give you a note. So he brought up the note, and it said, sorry, I can't come today, I'm sick. Can David go walking home with his friend Eric Shore instead of taking the bus tonight? And I said, and he said she was sick, so I said to David, David, it says here that she's sick. I says, what kind of sickness does she have? And he says, she's coughing really hard, and my dad won't let me go into...
Sorry, ma'am. I'm going to move to strike. This is hearsay.
I'm going to strike that answer.
So, Judge, is a statement of a child about his mother's condition.
Oh, we didn't get it. You didn't lay the foundation like that. She just made the statements, so. If you want to start over, I'll let you start over.
Thank you.
Okay, so the guy in the red shirt
so
does look like
Ms.
he had,
DeFazio, once you read the letter and it said
very
something
similar to the
about
photographer in the
Julie being
Rittenhouse
sick,
trial.
did you then talk to David?
Yes.
And when you were talking to David, was he expressing concern about his mother?
Yes, she was coughing so hard, he wanted to go and say goodbye to her before school started, and
I still move to strike as hearsay.
Well, I believe the foundation is laid about David Jensen expressing concern about his mother.
Go back in the jury room, folks.
I like how he just orders him out. Leave. Get out of the room. Okay, so jury leaves. I love that we get to hear the deliberations. Jurors are putting their steps in today. They'll probably be up to about 10,000 by the time the day's over. Let's see. They got very, very close to talking about this letter, which is not allowed in. The judges said, I'm not going to allow it.
You're fine. All right, the jury's outside the courtroom. Go ahead, Ms. Croze. What's your objection now?
My objection is that it's hearsay, and being concerned is not a exception to the hearsay rule. And they can call David Jensen, who can testify to what he said.
We know it's hearsay, so what's the exception?
So I believe it's an excited utterance because it's a description by a child of a significant medical condition of his mother, and this would have been
That's a stretch.
within a couple hours of seeing her. And under the law, there's a greater latitude for statements by children being excited utterances. Commonly, it comes up in different kinds of cases, but I believe it would apply to this situation.
Well, I know the exception, excited utterance, but I didn't hear anything to tie that up as an excited utterance. I know it's a child that's talking to the teacher, but
Okay, so Judge, are you saying that if there's more information about how David appeared or looked
Right.
or was expressing this? Okay.
so as of now, the objection is sustained.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So she's going to try the same road.
bring him out.
Get some more information, lay a better foundation for it as far as how concerned the child was, and then try to get that same thing admitted as an excited utterance. And that part they didn't want, as in my dad won't let me, that's where they cut him off. The note will not be allowed in. Or the note that was taken to school, I don't think they have that. I don't think that was kept. So we just have her recounting the events. But the letter that Julie gave to the friend saying, if I die, it was my husband that did it, that will not be allowed in for sure. See, Rhonda, have fun with the storm chasing. Stay safe. Red shirt's at Julie Jensen's brother. He was at the last trial, says Casey Jones.
Are we going to address subject
All
matter?
right, for now, the objection has been sustained, so go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Did you make any observations about David when you were talking to him about his mother's condition that morning?
Well, he's a little upset. He said,
Little.
Judge, I still object as to what he said. Same grounds.
So, Ms. DeFazio, if you could just tell us what you mean by upset, just what you saw in his demeanor.
he was worried that his mom was sick.
Okay. And so, when he was expressing this worry to you, what did he say about that?
Objection.
That's weak.
Hearsay.
That's weak.
I think that's sufficient.
I'm going to sustain it.
If she doesn't move on, is she going to try to lay more foundation?
Did David Jensen
is
ever
doing
tell
that.
you anything that his father had said to him that morning?
Objection. Hearsay.
That's-
It's the statement by the defendant.
Through a
Overruled.
different witness.
What's that?
Through a different witness, Judge. They can call David Jensen, who can testify to that statement.
Sustained.
These are amateur errors, I think.
Now, that note that you have described indicating that Julie Jensen was sick, did it also say anything about where David Jensen would be going that afternoon?
Yes, it asked if David could go home with his friend Eric Shore and walk over to his house instead of taking the bus. And they have to have permission to do that because of, liability, making sure the children are safe.
So there has to be a note if a student is not going to their own home.
Right,
And for David, the note was to go to his friend Eric Shore's house.
that's correct.
Now, is this something that happened on every Wednesday? That
No.
David?
No, he never went with anyone else before.
Okay, so that was an unusual part of the note as well?
Yes.
Now, I just have a few other questions about things that Julie said to you before that you learned that she died. Did Julie ever say to you
'Cause she didn't say much
whether she
afterwards,
had
right?
expressed her concerns about Mark Jensen wanting to kill her to anybody else?
She told a police officer, she said was a friend of hers.
Objection, Judge.
This is Julie's statement, right?
Right.
All right, go ahead.
She said she told Lori, or I think her name is Laura, her sister-in-law, and her sister-in-law told her that
Move to strike is hearsay.
So right now the question is just who did Julie say that she told? So you've mentioned the police officer
Yeah.
and her sister-in-law. Do you recall anybody else?
and her friend, the neighbor.
Now, finally, going back to this affair that Julie had, did she ever say anything about how her husband reacted to it?
She said he was angry and he just started being more controlling over her, wanting to know where she's going and what she's doing.
Did she feel that he had ever forgiven her for the affair?
I don't know if she said anything about that.
Now, regarding that point, would it refresh your recollection to look at a prior statement that you made?
No, I don't think so.
So if you looked at something you said in the past, that would not refresh your recollection?
No, because that was 25 years ago. It's, it's written down that if I said he didn't forgive her, then that's true, but I have no recollection about that.
Okay, so regarding your lack of
not the answer they wanted
recollection
from her.
on that issue, I'm going to show you what is a statement from a prior hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to show you anyway.
Object, she just testified that it wouldn't refresh her memory.
I
because it was so
agree.
long
She
ago.
just said it's not going to help her.
So
I'm going to impeach my own witness.
if a witness testifies to lack of recollection, then the hearsay exception would be for the prior testimony of
I
an
understand.
unavailable witness.
But you just said it's not going to help her.
Right, but this is not to refresh recollection. This is the prior statement of a witness who now cannot remember. So the
You just said it's not going to help her.
So the
Let's move on.
This is interesting. This is a state's witness that's not working very easily with the state.
Now, Ms. DeFazio, this is what we've been talking about is December 2nd of 1998.
Yes.
And so did anything in terms of the next couple of days, did you learn that Julie Jensen had died?
Yes, I found out on December 4th, a Friday, right before school started.
And do you recall how you found out?
Mrs. Ashley, Carrie Ashley, she came up to me. She's one of the parents in my room. And she came up to me and said, did you hear Julie died? There's a whole bunch of police around the house and yellow caution tape, she said.
And so when you had heard that, what was your reaction?
I don't think he testified in his
Well,
first
right
trial.
away I thought, oh my God, what is going on here? I remembered our conversation about her saying that he was going to try to kill her. So I sent a note down to the principal. It was just, the bell had just rung to start school. So I sent a note down to the principal saying, I need to talk to a police officer right away. Did you hear Julie Jensen died? So she arranged for the officer Ratsberg to come in and talk to me after she got somebody to watch my classroom.
And so is this something happening that very Friday?
Yes.
And so after you spoke with Detective Ratsberg, did you also write something about what your recollections were?
I did, but he told me to write a general summary because he had taken extensive notes and went through a lot of questioning. And my principal was there too. She took extensive notes. I said to him when he asked me to write the summary, I says, well, do I have to write every single detail I just told you? And he says, no, just write a summary of what you remember about what Julie has told you in your conversations, and what she had said to you about the
Charlie, for me,
the feelings about her husband.
they're both married, and they both
And
cheated.
so that's what you
I'm
did
not saying
on December 4th
one's worse
of
than the other.
1998. Is that accurate?
That's right. I did it at home.
They both cheated. They were both married. They were married to each other, and they cheated with someone outside their marriage. That's how I equate them. Fact-free trial.
So, Judge, is it possible to
Gossip
take a
insinuation.
break at this moment?
How
There's an
long,
issue we need to take up outside the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
how long do we need a break?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? You heard them, folks, 5 minutes, we'll be back.
The bailiff behind, he cracks up every time the judge talks. Let's pan up a little bit. There we go. Up we go. Getting the call from Spanish Fork. Who's in Spanish Fork that's calling me?
We're in recess.
An evidentiary matter outside the presence of the jury. That's the reason that we needed the recess, was so that the jury would be excused, so we could have this legal discussion outside
That's
the
the
presence
judge's
of the jury.
call, not
What
theirs.
are we going to argue about?
The issue was the court's ruling on the admissibility of the ability to have this witness testify about prior testimony, or
Judge is
admit
gonna get
the prior
so pissed.
testimony of this witness.
Sorry,
I
mad.
denied it.
I know you did, and you
Bringing
denied
the jury back.
Judge, you denied it, but you didn't allow the state to make its argument. So,
Your counsel made her argument.
Your Honor, you denied it.
Your counsel made your argument. Bring the jury back.
Your Honor, it's prior testimony. It's not being offered to refresh a recollection. It's prior testimony. It's admissible under 908.045 of the Wisconsin
He's gonna be held in
statutes.
contempt.
This witness is unavailable on that particular issue. We deserve to be heard on this, Your Honor. It's a first-degree murder case. We should be following the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence indicate this testimony is admissible, and it's an important part of this case.
The jury probably could hear you yelling.
Well, Your Honor, please, the state is entitled to make an
Make your
argument
record.
on evidentiary issues.
Go ahead, make your record.
Under 908.045, with stats, subparagraph, under 908.04, a witness is deemed to be unavailable if she testifies to a lack of memory on the subject matter of the declarant's statement. That is what this witness testified to. She does not remember this statement. She said looking at the statement would not refresh her recollection. So it's not available to refresh her recollection. However, she's an unavailable witness, as defined by Section 908.04 on this particular issue. And then when you look at 908.045, subparagraph 1, former testimony, the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule if the declarant is unavailable as a witness. Paragraph 1, former testimony. Testimony given as a witness at another hearing of the same or a different proceeding at the instance of or against a party with an opportunity to develop the testimony by direct, cross, or redirect examination with motive and interest similar to those of the party whom now offered. That is exactly what we have here. It's her prior testimony on an issue that she's now said she no longer recalls. Therefore, her prior testimony is admissible in this proceeding under 908.045, subparagraph 1.
Want to say anything?
I think
And
the,
please don't yell at me.
I won't, Judge. I think the issue is that they were attempting to refresh this witness's memory, and she advised everyone that that would not help. That's the concern, is that the prosecution attempted to refresh. That's not the statute that was just discussed. And this witness said, no, I'm sorry, that would not refresh my memory. If they want to impeach their witness
That's what
with a
they're doing.
prior
That's what I said.
inconsistent
They're gonna impeach
statement,
their own
that's
witness.
different, but that's not what they attempted to do.
Your Honor, counsel specifically indicated it's prior testimony. That's she indicated that she was offering this as prior testimony. Those were the words right out of her mouth.
The words were, will this refresh your memory? Ms. DeFazio said, no. If I show you this testimony, it's not, you testified on this day, you gave this answer. That's not the question that was asked. It was, will this refresh your memory? And she said, no. Those are two separate sections of the hearsay. So
And then after the witness had persisted in saying it would not refresh her recollection, then Ms. McNeil was going to ask her to read this prior question and this prior answer as prior testimony, and those are the words that she used, prior testimony. And at that point, the court sustained the objection. This is admissible as prior testimony under 908.045 subparagraph 1 of the Wisconsin statutes. And then, Your Honor, with respect to the issue of the statement that the child made to Ms. DeFazio, it is admissible as an excited utterance. I understand the court can rule against us on that point, although we did lay the groundwork under the broad,
weak groundwork,
broad allowance that the courts have developed in the state of Wisconsin and actually across the country about the admission of prior statements by child witnesses. But it's also the Wisconsin Supreme Court in State v. Dorsey said the court should consider the admissibility of children's statements under the residual hearsay exception as well, because there's an intrinsic trustworthiness of small children on such issues. So when you look at the statement that David Jensen made to this witness on the morning of December 2nd, 1998, when she indicated he was expressing concern about his mother's health, and he had provided her this statement, this note that Ms. Jensen had provided to her son. That is sufficient under the excited utterance standard, but it's also sufficient under the residual exception hearsay, which the Wisconsin Supreme Court has strongly endorsed courts should consider when considering the admissibility of child witnesses. Thank you.
I'll give you one chance to respond.
Thank you, Judge. I think the problem with David Jensen's specific statement is that Ms. DeFazio doesn't say anything about him being excited. In fact, what she testified to is she was surprised that Julie wasn't there at 9 o'clock, so she went to David and said, "Hey, your mom's not here, what's going on?" And he said, "Oh, I forgot to give you this note." That doesn't sound excited.
Right.
Well, I ruled it wasn't an excited
Correct.
utterance.
Correct.
But
so
they
I don't
fought it
have
again.
anything to add to that. I think they can call that witness and he can testify to it. As to the impeachment of their own witness, if they lay the foundation correctly and don't try to refresh her memory, then I think they can do that. But they can't try to refresh her memory. That's the problem.
Well, the problem I have is what this witness said under oath, that it's not going to help her.
Correct.
So we're not going to go in that area. So if you want to try to get it in some other way, you can. So bring the jury back.
I'm surprised the judge didn't reprimand that DA or the assistant DA. I'm not sure who it is on the state side. He kicked the jury out. The DA basically said, "Hey, we'd like the jury to leave." That's the judge's call. The judge runs the courtroom. And for him to say, "Hey, we need the jury to leave because we're going to take something up," that's the judge's determination to do that. The gentleman with the headphones, that is the defendant. That is Mark Jensen. He's wearing headphones because he's hard of hearing, and that's an amplification system that allows him to hear what's going on in the courtroom. There are also some other people in the courtroom with those. I believe a couple jurors have some. They might have been handed out. If you look at the very beginning of the trial, if you go back as things were just getting situated, the courtroom personnel were handing those out to people who appeared to be in the jury box. Yes, it was a little bit spicy. Yes. This was worth sitting through that open for. The state is not coming across as very professional. The female prosecutor is laying weak arguments for foundation, and just expecting to be able to hit a home run every time she's up to bat, and she's being fought tooth and nail on that from the defense, and she's not doing well. Yes, he was screaming. The jury probably heard that. That's very inappropriate for the lawyer to act like that. I'm impressed that the judge stayed cool.
All right, the witness is still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So, Ms. DeFazio, you expressed that you did not recall Julie Jensen making any statement about whether her husband had forgiven her for this affair. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, Ms. DeFazio, you have also testified
She
at
sat there
a
through all
prior
this.
hearing
She's
on
heard
these
it.
same topics. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, so I would direct the court and counsel's attention to the January 10th, 2008 transcript. I'm referring to page 156.
All right, I have to get there. There's only about 1,500 documents on this case.
So this is January 10th, 2008.
What page?
Is there a number? Because each one should be numbered.
So this would be document 26-5.
I think it's going to be
what you're looking
it's going to be
for?
let in here. I think they're going the
Each
proper
one
way. The
has
judge
a
has already
number.
said this is the way to do it.
What was the date of the filing?
So the transcript itself is from January 10th of 2008. Let me see if I can find the document number.
Each one has a document number.
Yeah, just scroll through 1,500 pages and try to find it. It wasn't a good look for the prosecution. It really wasn't. And then if they do bring this in,
Did you say January 10th, 2008?
That is accurate.
And what page?
156.
156.
it's very close to
And I am
impeaching their
referring
witness.
to lines. Let me get the
Because
correct
you now have a
lines
witness
here.
who says she can't remember, which
it's right in
causes
the
some
middle of
doubt
that
in the
page.
jury's mind. If what she has testified to, she can remember. So it's weakening all the testimony this witness has provided. It's the sort of move that you would have.
So can
the
everyone see
defense
what
do.
I'm referring to?
If the judge handles this out of court, out of the public eye, that's admirable of him. I think he should respond in court, personally, because that's how he was attacked. This trial is scheduled to last for 5 weeks. We're not going to be with it the whole while. We'll stay with it in the beginning until we start getting some Sarah Boone stuff, some of the Murdaugh trial from South Carolina, and then Sarah Boone in at the end of the month. Scooter McLovin, it's probably better that you did not confess to murder. It's better for everybody. I'm glad you're still here. Please don't yell at me. That was as close as he got to reprimanding the
Right,
DA,
go ahead.
Mr. Hitchcock, whatever his name is.
So I would ask the record to reflect that on that date, Ms. DeFazio was asked the question, did she ever make any statement to you about how he never forgave her for that affair? The answer was, quote, "Oh yes, she said he never forgave her for that. He felt that was a terrible, terrible thing she had done. He would never, ever forgive her," unquote.
And now she remembers. She's nodding. So it did refresh her recollection. Now you got it in. What are you going to do with it? The photographer's getting that good close up. That's a great shot right there. I'm sure they noticed that she was nodding as they read that.
And so I'm just moving that portion of the transcript into evidence.
Can you mark it as an exhibit, or, I mean, how is somebody who is eventually going to look at this case in the future?
I'll just tear a page out of my document and write a number on it and mark it into evidence.
It's not going to be easy to find the way it is now in the record, is what I'm saying.
Can I get a clip of "Please Don't Yell at Me"? Yeah, I can do that. I'll have to go back and grab it, but I can't do it right now. That's the only problem.
Sure.
Okay, so the two on the right and the two on the left, they're all defense. Both tables are defense. So he has three lawyers for his defense. Mark is the defendant. He's the one who's wearing the little amplified earpiece. And the lady in the in the black suit who's standing up with the blue blouse underneath is prosecution. And so is the guy who looks like Alfred Hitchcock that sits next to her.
So for the record, this will be State's Exhibit 6 that the state is moving into evidence.
All right, it'll be received, subject to cross.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. DeFazio, I want to talk to you about some of the statements that you said you had discussed with Julie Jensen. Okay? You said that Julie Jensen said her husband knew a lot of people.
Yes.
And you knew that Mr. Jensen was a businessman.
Yes.
Did you know he was a stockbroker?
Yes.
And he lived in Kenosha
Yes.
and worked in Racine?
I didn't know where his office was.
You just knew the type of work that he did?
Yes.
You also knew that Ms. Jensen knew a lot of people.
I didn't know
Did you know
that.
she grew up in Kenosha?
Yes, I did know she grew up in Kenosha.
Went to school in Kenosha?
We didn't ever talk about her schooling.
And she did talk, though, about knowing some law enforcement in Pleasant Prairie.
Yes. Hmm.
And one of the people she talked about was a friend.
Yes.
And she described this friend, Detective Ronald Cosman.
I don't know if she told me the name of the officer. I can't remember that.
She just might have said, I have a friend who works at the Pleasant Prairie Police
That's
Department. Right. And did she make it sound like that was the friend she was talking to when she told you that she had talked to a friend at the police department?
She said that was one person she had told. She called him a friend. Okay. And I think she called her neighbor a friend.
Thank you. You also testified that she said Mark was controlling.
Yes.
And that he became controlling after the affair.
Yes.
And one of the ways that she was controlling, or that Mark was controlling, is he didn't want her to get a job.
That's correct.
She told you she wanted to get a job.
Yes.
But Mark wouldn't let her get a job.
Right.
She said another way that he was controlling was Douglas being in daycare.
She didn't want, she said that Mark did not want Douglas in a longer daycare than he already was in.
And he was like in a morning daycare.
Right.
And Mark didn't want any longer daycare for Douglas.
That's what she said.
And she said that she actually wanted to put him in like a day-long school program.
It's a special needs program where he'd be the model for the other children who are unable to do things.
And that was kind of through the school district.
Hey, Christy,
Right.
I just replied
So
to
she
your
wanted
burner
to
phone
put
message.
Douglas in
Thank
that
you very
type
much.
of program.
Yes. She hadn't done it yet, but she was going to.
Little Miss, this is the
One of
elementary
the
school
other
teacher
things
of
she
David.
talked to you
or
about
one
was
of the
that
children.
she didn't know how to use the computer.
Yes.
Did Ms. Jensen tell you that they've had a home computer since 1995?
No,
3
she told me
years.
that she just got a new IBM computer
she
when
said-
school started.
So when school started, they had just gotten a new IBM computer.
That's what she said.
Did she tell you that she had previously worked with stockbrokers
No.
and did trading with stockbrokers?
No.
Paper trades.
Another thing she told you is that when she would come into the home computer room, Mr. Jensen would cover up the screen.
Yes.
Or turn it away, or turn it off so she couldn't see it.
That's correct.
And when she asked him why he was doing that, he's like, I'm done with work for the day.
Yes.
That's what she told you.
Well, I'm done with what I was working on.
Okay, so I'm done with what I was working on for
Yeah.
the day.
Hmm?
She never said that he yelled at her when she came into the computer room.
I don't know. If somebody knows this one, let me know.
No, I don't think she used the word yell at that time.
She also never told you that he'd just leave the computer on so she could randomly come upon whatever was on the screen.
No, she didn't say that he left it on.
He would either turn it off or turn it away.
Right.
You also talked to Miss Jensen about looking at computer history.
Yes.
And she said she didn't want to do that.
She didn't know how to do it.
She didn't know how to do that. And that's the information you got from her.
Yes.
You never had a conversation with Mr. Jensen
Thank you for
about
actually-
any of your concerns.
No, I did not.
You never had a conversation with Mr. Jensen outside of the parent-teacher conference.
That's correct.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about the source of the information that you kind of got as related to the Jensens. The source of Ms. Jensen not being able to use the computer was she told you that she couldn't.
Yes, and her son also told me that.
And
He said David told her, there's a day in school where we were talking about going into things in the computer, and David said, he was talking out of turn, which is, I say children should wait their turn, but he blurted out, "Oh, Mom doesn't know how to use a computer. I'm teaching her how. She doesn't even know how to turn it on."
So David was basically saying that he was teaching her how to use it.
Yes.
And this was in that school year.
Right. And we had a discussion since other students heard him say that, I turned to the students, I says, "Well, do you have parents that don't know how to use a computer also?" And they all raised their hands or said yes, because at that time, having a home computer was a new idea.
And you weren't aware that the Jensens
98?
have actually had a home computer since 1995?
No.
And you weren't aware that Julie Jensen used a Quicken program on a computer to balance their checkbook?
No, I do not.
She never talked to you about that?
No.
Never gave you that information?
No, I did not get that information.
Sorry, ma'am. Your relationship with Julie Jensen started in September of 1998.
Well, the open house was August 31st or something, so it was end of August and September, yeah.
Right before school started?
Right.
You had never met her prior to that?
Right.
Never had conversations with her prior to that?
Correct.
The other thing that Ms. Jensen talked to you about was that she recognized your last name, DeFazio.
Yes.
And she asked you if you knew Paul DeFazio.
Yes.
And you did know Paul DeFazio.
Yeah.
He's your brother-in-law.
Correct.
You know him to be a psychotherapist?
That's correct.
And what she told you was that she saw him as it related to marriage counseling.
Yes.
She never said she saw him as it related to depression.
No.
She also said that she was unhappy with the counseling with your brother-in-law.
I don't recall her saying she was unhappy with it, just that it wasn't helping them.
Now are they
She
going
was
to impeach her?
unhappy because Mark Jensen, I think you testified on direct, was making lies up.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Mhm.
And one of the things she was worried about was that Mark Jensen was going to make her look crazy.
Life without
Yes.
parole. is
And that
what he
was
had
like in
before.
1991.
Oh, I didn't know what year it was that she said that. I thought it was recently that she'd been going to counseling with Paul.
So she didn't tell you that the counseling she had with your brother-in-law was 7 years earlier.
She said it was related to the affair she was having, but I didn't know what year the affair was.
And it'd be fair to say, Ms. DeFazio, that your husband's also a psychotherapist.
That's correct.
Really?
At any point, did you counsel her about, like, the professionalism of psychotherapists and their ability to really understand what's going on in a relationship?
I'm objecting to the relevance of this.
And where are we going with it for
The
relevant?
only question I was going to ask her on that.
We'll let you ask the one question.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you ever counsel her on psychotherapists and their ability to really understand what's going on?
No, I didn't counsel her on that.
During the conversation, I think you said this conversation was on November 25th,
Yes.
and that was the conversation that you had about DeFazio and brother-in-law and all of
No,
that.
the DeFazio she mentioned to me back in October or September. It was earlier on.
That's when she had mentioned that she had seen or was seeing your brother-in-law.
Right, because now she'd been with me a few weeks then, and I think it was like in probably the end of September she brought that up to ask me.
New trial because evidence was allowed in that should not have been allowed in. The letter from his wife saying that if I'm found dead, it
One
was
of
my
the things she
husband that did
did
it.
talk to you about is that she had an affair,
Yes,
and she told her husband about it,
yes,
and there was a conversation about them having a divorce.
yes,
And at that time, David was a young child.
yes.
The bailiff behind Mr. Jensen's just waiting for another funny remark so we can crack up again.
Ms. Jensen didn't tell you that she had previously been treated for depression.
No, we never talked about depression.
And in November, during these conversations, she actually never told you about seeing a family doctor about depression.
I'm objecting, it doesn't align with the time frame that.
I'll be more specific.
Go ahead, rephrase the question.
After August 31st of 1998, Ms. Jensen did not tell you that she had been seeing her medical doctor and discussed concerns about depression.
Not that I recall, no. I don't remember ever having a conversation about depression with her.
You testified a little bit about Julie Jensen making statements to you that she was afraid her husband would make her look unstable.
Yes,
And she was afraid of losing her children if her husband made her look unstable.
yes,
Again, this information came from Julie Jensen.
yes,
Mr. Jensen never said this to you.
no.
All this lip stuff has me putting on my my moisturizer on my lips. Watching these people bite their lips off. It was not
I
allowed
want to talk a little bit about David Jensen.
because he could not
He was in
cross-examine
your class
her.
the entire year.
Yes,
He was a good student,
excellent student.
no behavioral problems.
None.
He did his work,
Yes,
didn't get in trouble.
nope,
What you would talk about is like a exemplary student.
I had a lot of exemplary students that year.
That's great, and he's one of them.
Yeah,
Yeah. But at some point, you saw the tics,
yes.
and it seemed that it was like if there was a test or he was under stress.
Whenever there's a test coming up, definitely I saw the tics more often than any other time.
And at some point, you talked to Julie about the eye tics.
Yes,
And did she, prior to the conference, did she ever say she had a conversation with her husband about the eye tics?
I don't think she did.
Did she ever say whether they had talked to the family doctor about it?
No,
And what she told you, though, is that she was concerned about you bringing it up at the conference
that's correct.
because of something that happened at a second grade conference for David,
When she got home, something had happened, yes, that he got upset.
based upon something that was said at the second grade conference.
Correct.
Did you ever talk to the second grade teacher about issues that David might have
No,
had?
I did not.
You also continued to teach David Jensen after Miss Jensen passed away.
Yes,
And at some point in early 1999, just a month or two after Miss Jensen passed away, David Jensen's tics started to diminish.
yes,
And by the end of the school year, they were very slight.
correct.
Would it be fair to say that it was a sharp contrast between what you saw between September and November of 1998?
I wouldn't say a sharp, no. It was something gradual.
I meant the difference between the end of the school year and the beginning of the school year. Was there a contrast there? Could you tell the difference?
A slight difference, yes.
And do you know whether he was ever treated for those tics medically?
After that conference, we never talked about the tics again, except to say that Mark gave her permission to call the doctor and to get an appointment so that they could discuss the tics.
But David Jensen continued to be in your classroom.
Yes.
You would have continued to have conversations with Mark Jensen about his child.
I never called the home to talk to Mark. He never came to school except for the conference.
But if you had seen the tics continue,
I didn't have really much of a chance because that was the last time I saw her was November 25th.
I meant after
I didn't
Ms.
see her after
Jensen's
she
death,
died at all.
you would have continued to teach and have contact with Mr. Jensen.
He never contacted me after that. The only time was at the wake. I talked to him.
And my question is, you don't know if David Jensen ever received medical treatment for the tics?
No, because the conversation was not ever brought up again because I didn't see Mr. Jensen.
Okay, thank you.
Neighboring counties, high-speed drifter.
So I want to talk about this conversation at the conference. Mr. Jensen was present.
Yes.
Ms. Jensen was present.
Yes.
And you were really careful about how you brought up that tic conversation.
Correct.
And that's not because of what you
Well,
saw
Miss, because
in
it's
front of you, but
prior
what
testimony.
you heard
I learned this
from
morning.
Ms. Jensen.
Prior
That's right.
testimony that was
And when you brought it
cross-examined.
up,
So it is allowed.
Mr. Jensen responded, "We'll have him go to the doctor."
He didn't say that. I had to pull it out of him. When we were at the conference, he was very silent and didn't converse with me at all. When I was, usually when you have parent-teacher conference, there's a two-way street and you're talking to both parents. He did not respond at all. So then when the tic question came up, or problem came up, I looked at him to see what his response was. And he still just sat there. And then I finally, after we were almost at the end of the conference, I looked at him straight in the eye and I said, "So are you going to take him to a doctor about the tics?" And he didn't move at first. He just sat there, and then I asked him again, and he shook his head yes very slightly, and that's all he said.
He didn't seem upset.
He was just very calm and quiet the whole
Much like he is right now.
And when I mean
like
he
in a
didn't
creepy
seem
way.
upset, when you brought up tics of his son, he didn't yell at you.
No, he didn't say a word.
Didn't get angry with you.
No.
And sometimes you can tell when someone's angry, even if they don't say a word, maybe by the look on their face.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that a yes?
Yes.
Or their face might get red or flush.
Yes.
Those aren't things you observed on Mr. Jensen.
No, he just was sitting there quietly the whole time.
And you don't have any knowledge of any conversations, except for what Ms. Jensen told
Thanks,
you,
Jay
about
Hughes.
any
Appreciate it.
conversations between Mr. Jensen and Ms. Jensen about their children's tics or David's tics.
Just that conference at the end.
Did Julie talk to you about her family, her immediate family,
No.
her home life?
No.
On December 2nd, you realized Julie Jensen had not come to school at the 9 o'clock that she generally shows up at.
Right.
And at that point, you went up to speak to David.
No, he called him up to my desk.
So you said, "David Jensen, please come up here."
Yeah.
And you asked him why his mom wasn't there.
Right.
And at some point after that, he produced this note.
I forgot to give you a note.
And it was with the note that you found out why Julie Jensen wasn't going to be there.
Right.
And you recognized the handwriting of Julie Jensen.
Well, it was printed, and usually in his, they had assignment notebooks at that time. If she had anything to say in assignment notebook, she always wrote in cursive, and that note was just printed.
You recognized the handwriting.
I figured it was her because I didn't know any better.
Ma'am, you already testified that you gave a statement on December 4th, 1998.
Now she's impeaching her.
Correct?
Yeah.
You spoke to Detective Ratzberg?
Yes, I spoke to Dr. Rask.
And you testified on direct that you, after speaking to Detective Ratzberg, he asked you to write up a summary of what you remembered.
Right.
And one of the things you did write in your summary was about Julie Jensen's handwriting.
He had asked me if I thought it was her handwriting.
And what you told him, or what you wrote in your own summary, not what you told Detective Ratzberg and he put in his notes, but what you wrote in your own summary when you had time to sit down and think about it, was Julie's handwriting looked normal. By that, I mean it didn't look different in any way.
And I was referring to...
Ma'am, my question is that what you wrote?
Yes. May I explain, though, what I thought normal meant?
That's for
I didn't ask that,
redirect.
but I might.
Oh.
But if you could just wait a second, please.
Judge, I'm objecting to that. The witness has said she's going to tell the whole truth, and she's trying to do that.
Well, she did answer the question, though.
Well, I believe she doesn't think she's answered
No,
it.
I don't
Well,
feel
then
that.
you have
That's-
redirect,
yeah,
right?
that's exactly what it's for.
We still have that.
Yes, I do.
All right.
Wow.
So make a note for yourself.
The judge. Oh,
Ask question.
ask questions.
Ma'am, you also testified
Love
on
this.
August 30th of 2007.
If that's the correct date,
The first time you testified in this case.
Okay, was that the date?
Yes. And on page 4, line 18.
And on a break, I can catch you up. I just don't
know
want to
the
talk over all of this.
document number, Judge.
Is it marked as an exhibit?
It's not, because I'm just going to cross her on it.
All right, let me, any idea when it was filed?
This was her son's teacher that's on the stand right now. Elementary school teacher.
August 30th, 2007?
Counselor, did you say August 30th?
Yeah.
August 30th of what year? Is it
07.
07?
2007, Judge.
Okay, so if we've got a pause, I'll try to explain. The defendant, who's about to appear on the screen right now, that's him. He is on trial.
Is it in a transcript?
Again, for the murder
And
of
what's
his
the
wife.
date of the transcript?
They're accusing him of
Like the
killing
date
her
the
with sleeping
transcript was
pills,
filed?
No,
antifreeze,
the
and
proceeding.
suffocation.
August 30th of 2007.
August 30th of 2007. Was it a motion hearing?
I can
was-
show the court if the court would
The
like.
defendant was
It
convicted.
was filed on January 10th of 2012.
The conviction
January 10th of 2020?
came after evidence was
2012
presented in the initial
document.
trial from the decedent, the wife. She wrote a letter saying, "If I show up dead, it's my husband that did it." That letter was allowed in court. He was convicted, found guilty, sentenced to life without parole. He appealed that decision, saying that it was improper to have that letter allowed because I wasn't allowed to cross-examine her as a witness. The appeals court sided with him and said, you need to retry him or let him go. And they said, we're going to retry him. So here's the second round. He's on trial the second time. He's currently in custody under the first one. But as far as this
Ma'am,
court
you were
goes,
asked,
he's
and
not
the
guilty
handwriting looked normal,
as far as this
like,
jury is concerned.
and you answered right, like it had looked before. Your answer was yes.
Okay, I don't remember, but normal to me meant I thought if she was sick, when I'm sick, I don't write as clearly and nicely as I would if I'm sick.
It didn't look shaky to you?
Right.
She was coherent in the note?
The note looked like it was easily to be read, very simple.
Gave directions on where she wanted her son to go after school?
Yeah, if she wrote it.
And what child she wanted her son to go home with?
Correct.
And after you received the note, you, Ms. Jensen,
No,
didn't call her on the phone?
no, didn't have time.
I want to go to that conversation that you had on November 25th when she made this statement to you that she thought her husband was going to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yes, okay.
At some point, she said that she saw a list
He's been in jail 22 years.
just sitting out next to the computer.
Yes,
And on that list, it had information, or it listed drugs
yes,
and syringes.
yes.
And I think today you added
Not
needles.
sure what's in the bottles in front of him.
Yeah, I remember that she had said needles. I don't remember putting that in my summary, though.
And she said that her husband doesn't use drugs.
That's correct. At least she didn't think he did, she said.
Did she talk to you about his use of prescription drugs?
No,
That's a little creepy.
And based upon the statement she made to you, you suggested she contact law enforcement.
yes,
And she told you she has this friend that she's talked to at the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
correct.
You also discussed with her going to a women's shelter,
Yes,
and she said no.
that's correct.
She couldn't go without her kids.
Right.
And you said, that's okay because you can take your kids.
She says, I'm worried about them being in a place like that. She didn't want to bring them there.
I get that. But you told her that, don't worry, you can take your kids.
I did.
No parole
And she
for
said
him.
she was working on a different
Life
plan.
without parole is what his sentence
Yes.
was.
And that plan was offered by a friend.
Yes,
And that was for her to go someplace to hide out.
correct.
She didn't have the place yet.
No, he
The friend
said
was still working on it.
was working on it, and it was going to be in Illinois, she said.
And they were going to find a place in a week or two.
Correct.
She also said that, I'm sorry, ma'am. Did she tell you that her friend had offered her money?
No,
Did she tell you that her friend had already offered her a place and she turned them down?
no.
Took 3 years just to diagnose the cause of death for Julie Jensen. So the first trial was slow in the process, and then all the appeal process is slow as well. So it is a long time, but this is the second time through.
This list that she said she found, I think you described it like a grocery list.
Yes,
Things to buy.
correct.
And she said she found it in the computer room.
That's right, next to the computer.
She didn't tell you the name of any drugs listed on it.
No, she didn't.
She didn't tell you the list had aspirin written on it.
No,
She also didn't tell you that the list had razors on it.
no, I don't think so.
Did she tell you that it had lists of last names on it?
No,
He's really interested in this.
And when she was talking
No
to
tattoos that we
you
can see.
during these kind of confidant meetings that you had in the
side room.
Yeah. She didn't tell you she had gone to nursing school previously.
No, not that I recall.
He's maintained his innocence throughout. He said, I did not do it. He's never admitted to this, allegedly.
Judge, can I have one moment?
Do you know the percentage of appeal trials reversing the original verdict? Less than 10%, I believe.
I just want to
depends
touch
on the
base on
state.
one of the concerns that Julie talked to you about on November 25th. She said that she was really worried Mark Jensen was going to have her seen as crazy
Yes,
and unstable,
yes,
and as if she had mental problems.
correct.
If he had pickles, the guy's clearly innocent.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes, just a few things to clarify, Ms. DeFazio. When Ms. Jensen was describing for you this plan that she was developing, was that a plan in contrast to running away to a women's shelter?
Yes,
And so did it sound to you that it was more orderly or organized?
that's what she had said. I wanted to be more orderly and so I can make sure the children are going to be okay with everything.
And also,
That would
it
be a
looked
sign
less
of guilt,
crazy,
DMD.
right? Than running away all of a sudden to have a plan?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead, let's finish up.
So you may answer that question.
Yes, she thought that if she had a plan, it would be a more stable thing to do instead of like running off, because then that would look like she's just thinking in the moment and not thinking about the future.
Now, did
I
Ms.
believe the
Jensen
children do support
express
the dad.
fear to you
I think he's
that
innocent.
Mark Jensen would find her in a woman's shelter?
Yes,
Are you familiar at all with Mark Jensen's handwriting?
no,
Now, it sounded like you wished to explain yourself when you were questioned about whether what your description of Ms. Jensen's handwriting or the handwriting you saw on December 2nd in that note. So just please explain yourself on that.
well, when I said normal in my summary notes, I meant it wasn't shaky, because it could, when someone's sick, as much as she was coughing so hard, when you're coughing, you're going to jerk with your handwriting. Thought maybe, I didn't see anything jerky like that. I noticed it was printed, and she normally wrote in cursive in the assignment notebook, but I figured it was a note from home. I assumed it was from Julie. It could have been Mark that wrote it. I don't know.
So just as you sit here today and you're recollecting that note, you cannot say that you believe Julie Jensen wrote that note.
You know, I can't be sure.
Now, in the course of knowing Ms. Jensen, did you ever see her use a computer?
No.
And when you were asked on cross-examination about this conversation with Ms. Jensen about computer history, who brought up the idea of computer history?
I did. I said at that time, the Macintosh had what they called a cache, CA, C-H-E, I think it's spelled. And it's like today on your computer, you have one of the tabs that says history, and you can go back and look in to see where you've been if it isn't deleted. And so I suggested her if she was worried about him being on the computer and she didn't know where he was going, she could look up the cache. I said that word at that time. She did not know how to do it, and was not familiar with IBMs. IBMs and Macintosh were completely different from each other at that time. They weren't that.
Yeah, because Macintosh had Windows.
The same like they are now. You can go to any
IBM
computer and they're pretty much the same. But at that time they were different, and so I did not know how to tell her to go into the history at all.
This
Okay,
is an
so
elementary
you
school
bring up
student
this
of one of
idea, and Ms.
the boys.
Jensen's response is confusion.
Elementary school
Right,
teacher,
she did
sorry.
not know what to do.
Now, one other thing about Douglas, can you describe for us what this program Ms. Jensen wanted him to do at the school?
We have a preschool program at that time at Southport where 3 and 4-year-olds could be in a classroom with special needs children. You had to apply for it, explain how your child was, if you wanted your child to be a mentor to the children who had special needs. It was a kind of a new idea at that time to bring two kinds of children together into a classroom at the age of 3. Dougie was not 3 at that moment. He was about to be 3. And so she was going to try and get him in once he would be turning 3.
So this is not daycare?
No, it's not a daycare. It is an actual preschool classroom type situation.
Yeah, if found guilty, he may have a penalty
and so
lesser
Ms. Jensen,
than what
did
he
she
is serving
express
right
to you
now.
that she
That's
wanted
true.
to do this with Dougie?
Yes. She thought if she only went in with the 2.5 hours that they give you at a preschool,
What's his
at that
prison
time you
nickname?
can go
Wrong
a
answers
whole morning
only?
or
Is that
a
what
whole
we're doing
afternoon.
here?
You went for like 2.5 hours. And she had to leave by 11 when we were talking that day to get home, or get to the school to pick him up. I don't know the name of the school he was at, forgot. But she said, that's not enough hours. Nobody will hire me for 2.5 hours.
I want to
She
answer
said,
this one,
so
Courtney.
to get a good job,
I'm gonna
she needed
I'm gonna
him to
turn
be
the
in
the courtroom
situation
audio
where he'd
down
be
just a little
all
bit.
day. And then she wouldn't have to worry about going at
Let's go a little
after 2.5
quieter.
hours to
Okay,
pick him
it's
up.
really quiet. So Courtney's question is, legally speaking, if you win an appeal and are awaiting a new trial, do you stay in prison or transfer back to jail? I thought you technically couldn't be in prison
And
awaiting
did she
trial.
ever
Either way,
express
he's
to
guilty.
you,
Okay, we
what
saw
her
this with
question
Aaron
about
Dean,
Dougie being
where the sentence was long enough. If it was over 10 years
he didn't
on
want
appeal,
her.
he would have to be held
did
in
not
jail.
want
If it was
Dougie
less
to
than
be
10
in
years on appeal, he would be
school that
out.
long.
And it just depends on the sentence that way. I believe that's my understanding. Because he was sentenced to life without parole, he's going to serve until the conclusion of this
I have no
case,
further questions.
where if he's found
Retrial.
not guilty, he will be
Ms. DeFazio, what Ms. Jensen
be let
told
out,
you
and
was
if he's
that
guilty,
her
he'll just
husband did
receive a
not
new
want her to
sentence.
get a job.
Yes.
And he did not want her to put Douglas in anything longer than what he was already in.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's it.
Thank you. You're excused. Thank you.
All right. And she's out.
Your Honor, there's an issue that the state would request we be allowed to take up outside the presence of the jury before
That's
the
the
next witness
proper.
is
That's the
called.
proper way to do it.
We'll take our break then. We'll bring you back at 3 o'clock, okay?
Yes, the jury's going to be out for 12 minutes. Hopefully, we can cover this in the meantime. I think the prosecution is floundering a little bit. They got a little bit of good stuff in on the end of that witness, but as far as performance goes, I would give them about a C. Where the defense is doing right in the A to upper B range. They're doing pretty well. Let's see. You guys are coming with all these names.
All right, the jury's outside the courtroom. Which witness are we talking about, Mr.
The
Jim?
next witness, Your Honor, would be Eric Schur.
What number is he on the list?
I'll get his number.
Please do, because you were told to have your number every time you bring up a new witness.
65.
65.
65, Your Honor.
65. All right, I got him. It says Eric Schuler, Charleston, South Carolina.
Yes, but in 1998, Your Honor, he was David Jensen's best friend in the 3rd grade in Mrs. DeFazio's class. And the reason I wanted to take this up outside the presence of the jury, because there's an issue has come up about the admissibility of David's statements to various people in and around the first part of December. And so I wanted to explain the state's theory of the admissibility of David's statements before I put Eric Schur on the stand.
So he is here to testify.
Eric Schur is here to testify, yes. David Jensen, to our knowledge, is not here.
This courtroom will fill up. Today's an oddity. It'll fill up.
This conversation between Eric Schur and David Jensen occurred, according to Eric Schur, either on the morning of December 2nd or the morning of December 3rd. But according to Mrs. Schur,
audio's out of sync. I'm
she
sorry
believed
about
the
that.
conversation occurred on the morning of December 3rd. And the conversation was something like this. David had come to school, and he was telling Eric, his best friend, that his mother was sick, and his dad wouldn't take her to the hospital. And David demonstrated to Eric how his mother was breathing, and he gave a deep, rasping breathing sound, something like this.
There's a sound bite.
Now, at the time of the last trial, there was an objection on hearsay grounds, and it was overruled on hearsay grounds.
I don't know if they can retest.
Eric Schur didn't testify that David appeared upset or anything like that. It was the Judge Schrader at that time was admissible as an excited utterance nonetheless, given the greater latitude standard that applies to children. Since that time, Your Honor, there's been a United States Supreme Court decision about statements that children make. That's called Ohio versus Clark. That addresses the Confrontation Clause issues.
I'll get
and
the
then there's
sync
been a
back
Wisconsin
here in just a
Supreme
minute.
Court decision
Just a second.
called State versus Mercado, and that deals with applying the residual hearsay exception to the statements of small children. In Mercado,
I'm going to pause
it was a
this. The
sexual
sound's going
assault
to continue.
case,
Hang on.
and the children were aged 4 to 7 years of age. And so we go first to Section 908.0, Section 908.
I'm just going to stop you. Did this court talk about an excited utterance in that decision? That you're
They talked about the exception under the residual hearsay rule.
I almost got it.
that's
Didn't
what I
quite
need,
get it.
what I want to know.
So the Section 908.03 reads that the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness. And then you go down to sub 24. And sub 24, which is known as the residual hearsay exception, but in the statute on parent 24 reads other exceptions. A statement not specifically covered by any of the foregoing exceptions, but having comparable circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness. Now, the Wisconsin Supreme Court in State v. Mercado, 2021 Wis. 2nd 296, and the Northwestern site is 953 Northwest 2nd 337. Now, at page 350 of the Northwest version of this decision, the Wisconsin Supreme Court addressed the applicability of the residual hearsay exception to the statements of children. And it's sub D of the decision. Actually, that starts at 349.
Okay, everything's synced up.
349, paragraph 54.
This is a little heavy. This
They're
is
talking
deep
about
law.
the child's statement at a video recording, but what they say is, we address the admissibility of NG's video recording under the residual hearsay exception, 908.03.
Lady, yes, I think the guy in the red shirt, he looks very familiar if you watch the Rittenhouse trial. I think he is the photographer that testified in the Rittenhouse trial. It looks a lot like him.
Factors. And they indicate we have set out 5 factors that the court looked to in determining whether a video recording of the child's statement meets circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness.
And apparently that gentleman is live tweeting
the
this trial.
The attributes of the child making the
him.
statement should be examined, including age, ability to communicate verbally, to comprehend the statements or questions to others, to know the difference between truth and falsehood, and any fear of punishment, retribution. such as close familial relationship with the defendant expressed by the child, which might affect the child's method of articulation or motivation to tell the truth. Second, the court should examine the person to whom the statement was made, focusing on the person's relationship with the child, whether that relationship might have an impact upon the statement's trustworthiness, and any motivation of the recipient of the statement to fabricate or distort its contents. Third, the court should review the circumstances under which the statement was made, including relation to the time of the alleged assault, or in this instance, the alleged incident, the availability of a person in whom the child might confide, and other contextual factors which might enhance or detract from the statement's trustworthiness. Fourth, the content of the statement itself should be examined, particularly noting any sign of deceit or falsity, and where the statement reveals a knowledge of matters not ordinarily attributable to children of a similar age. Finally, other corroborating evidence, such as physical evidence of assault or statements made to others, and opportunity or motive of the defendant, should be examined for consistency with the assertions made in the statement. Now, when you consider those 5 factors within this context, I believe that, first of all, David Jensen's statement to Eric Schur is admissible as an excited utterance, as that term has been traditionally applied in the Wisconsin courts to statements by child witnesses since approximately 1895 in the case of State v. Proper, but culminating in State v. Mercado. But secondly, it meets the criteria for admissibility under the residual hearsay exception.
We think this is photo chat.
That is,
in the red
David
shirt.
Jensen had no motive to lie to Eric Schur at the time that he was telling his best friend in the world what was going on in his life at that precise moment. He'd just gotten to school, and he was telling Eric, my mom's really sick and my dad won't take her to the hospital. And then he showed Eric how his mother had been breathing. Now, this statement was made, we believe, on the morning of December 3rd because Mrs. Schur, Eric Schur's mother, will testify that Eric relayed to her the statement that David had made to Eric the previous morning, and she said that occurred on Friday morning, that Eric told her about David's statement on Friday morning, which was the morning after Julie's death. But Laura Schur had not yet heard of Julie's death when her son first told her about this. So the state believes that, first of all, I believe if you apply the sub 24 and you apply the excited utterance standard to the statement that David Jensen made to Therese DeFazio on December 2nd, it qualifies as both an excited utterance, but it also qualifies under the residual exception of the hearsay rule.
What's the Wisconsin site on this case that you keep talking about?
State v. Mercado, it's 2021 Wis 2nd 2.
It's just Wiz 2.
I'm sorry, yeah, WI 2, I'm sorry. It's 2021 WI 2, 395 Wis 2nd 296.
297?
296.
96.
All right. 953
Okay, Wisconsin, just got your poll up for you. There you go.
337.
But it's 395 Wisconsin 2nd, right?
Yes, Your Honor. If you've got the hard books back there, it's 395.
I still keep the hard books. I'm old school.
I wish I could find a place that had them.
Here's what happens in trials. We have issues that come up that nobody can predict, and they're based upon rulings and how cases are coming in. And then the attorneys argue and they cite cases, and I think the prudent thing for the court and myself is to read that case and give the defense an opportunity to come up with some sort of response. So we're going to call another witness. I'll make a decision in the morning before we start as to this witness.
So they might have to call him out of order, but yeah, I should have put that option in there on a globe. That was wrong of me to leave that off.
Judge, then this does affect our plan because this affects 2 different witnesses. So what we would like to do is we have one other live witness who we can call right now, and then I think we should probably get into the videos that we can play.
That'd be wonderful.
Okay, and so
I've got like a 10-second
I think
buffer
we should probably
too.
just address this before we bring the jury back in. We have a proposed instruction to read to the jury before the videos.
Have you shown it to the defense? Is there any objection?
No.
Can I have the instruction?
Absolutely.
So do we have it printed?
It's right here.
Is
Okay.
it printed?
Copy, right? That's our copy?
Yeah.
It's written out?
Read my handwriting.
He gave me one.
Okay, here's another one.
All right, so we have an agreement, what I read to the jury before you're going to do the video testimony, correct?
Yes.
All right.
That is accurate, and Judge, I would just like to, because our next witness, I think, is not very long. So what I would like
Yes.
is to technically make sure
There,
it's gonna
there are
play.
witnesses that
Sure,
are dead.
because we're going
in
to
this
take, we
trial.
got to take our break yet.
Not just the woman.
I mean, I'm not a camel.
Okay.
It was out on the record, Your Honor.
That's on the record. The judge is not a camel.
So we'll take a break and you could work on the video.
When will we be back, Your Honor?
We'll give you 10 minutes, 10 after 3.
10-minute break. Okay. The people who voted not guilty hit the button by accident. Not everyone has a bladder like a recovery addict, says AJ. Hey, it's a gift. It's a skill. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the poll here. I'm going to close it. I know I didn't give you any warning. It's only been open for just a couple minutes. I show about 88 votes. Give you just a few seconds here to wrap up. I think it takes 10 seconds to get to you from when I talk to when you hear it. Checking my email religiously right now, waiting for the information about that Freedom of Information Act request out of California. Expecting that today or tomorrow. Okay, 95 votes. I think we're going to end it here just shy of 100. We're going to end the poll, and here it is up on screen. It shows that 78% early on say guilty and 21% not guilty. Now, I left off the option. We probably should redo that if it were to be scientific. The too soon to tell. There are many of you who I commend. I'm not a camel, should be a soundbite. I commend who do not make a decision until all the evidence is heard, and which is what the jury is instructed to do. So you guys would make good jurors. The rest of you, you're welcome to share your opinion anytime you want. We are not under the same restrictions that they're under. I just would request that if you do cast your vote early on and decide if he's guilty or not guilty, keep an open mind as you hear more evidence. You may hear something that will change that opinion and be willing to revisit that issue. It's not a skill, don't lie. You got a hose running down your leg to a little jug off the side of you with the camera. No. Once again, I'm looking for sponsors for the show, and if Depends wants to sponsor me, I don't think I could stoop that low. No, I won't do that. I'm not a juror. I don't have to wait. Right? We don't. Judge stating I'm not a camel needs to be a soundbite. Okay. Let me see if I can grab that. Okay. So first I have to make a note here. So this is in day 1, part 2. We have I'm not a camel. And that's roughly at 2 hours. We had one more. What was the? I'm sorry, I've forgotten. There was another soundbite that we really wanted as well. I don't want to do her breathing. That seems a bit insensitive for that one. We've got Make Him Work for It already. Let's see.
Yeah, this is. I don't think this is the
That's
guy
wrong
either.
one.
By gosh, go down and fight them. By gosh, make them work for it.
Yep, we've got those ones already. I haven't plugged them into the system to let you trigger them yet. Let's see. Sorry, Roxanne, I forgot to show your comment there. You're good. If we're getting I'm not a camel, we definitely also need I'm not a cat. Okay, so I'm not a cat would be out of I can find that. It's a million different places. It's a little quiet. I might have to do some work on that one to get the audio up to where we need it. Please don't yell at me. That was it. Fractured. Thank you so much for filling me in on that one. Let's see. See, there's a reason we put you in charge of the internet, Fractured. Thank you so much. Please don't yell at me. Okay. We'll grab those sound bites. I'm not sure if any of those will be user triggerable. Does that make sense? If I'm going to put them, are you going to yell at me? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Fractured, thanks for that timestamp as well. Okay, if you can't tell, I've got cake. Mrs. R.A. brought me some chocolate cake, delicious chocolate cake. I'm not sure what the occasion was. I didn't think we had cake before this. We definitely don't have pickles, but cake is the next best thing. So I'm trying to eat the chocolate cake as well as follow the live stream here. So we'll get those 3. I'll probably do it after this live stream. So it's easier to do when I don't have other audio coming in, because I have to record it to my soundboard, which I'm also talking through. So anyone who hasn't joined Discord yet, you're missing out on the all stuff true crime Discord. Yes, if you haven't, I haven't done a plug for Discord in a day or two. Lil Miss and Toxic Orchid run as well as Amber and a couple other people over there do an amazing job putting together everything true crime related on that Discord page as the gavel drops. If you just click that link, you can join that Discord page and scroll through to your heart's content. You can spend days reading about cases, some that you know about, some that you don't know about. They have assembled documents. They've assembled dates and cases and video and everything, and it's all together in one spot. And it's actually, once you learn it, it's actually pretty easy to use. As well as opportunities to send a message to like Weather Watch or Matthew Harris or something like that. Even have a voice chat with some of us if you want to continue that way. So let's see. Thank you for the cake. Yes, I said that as well. It's not fair to show us that delicious looking cake and not share. I will share. The next bite is yours, Kathy. I promise. Cannot lie like fruitcake. Where do I get a Mrs. R.A.? I just need her as a friend, though, who brings me a cake on a whim. I only know of one, and I've already got her spoken for. So, what is the Discord role stuff about? AJ, they in making the Discord work better, they've instituted roles, and so there's a little page you click and you interact with, and it gives you a role on the page that makes it so you can use the proper tools and proper areas of the Discord the way you should. It's pretty easy if you can do it. If you have any questions, pop in there and post a question. They'll help you through it. There is a ton of stuff. There is. I need ice cream with that. Roxanne, you are not wrong. Mrs. R.A. should photograph her creations for cookbooks. She does a great job. We're actually discussing completely changing how we do our meals as a family. I know my waistline would appreciate a little healthier food than what I've been giving it. If Sharon says, if Mark is found not guilty in this trial, could he put a claim out anywhere for loss of earnings while he was locked up for the last 20 years? No, it doesn't work like that. All they do is they say, sorry, you're free to go. That's all we got. You watch the Dean Cummings trial where he was in jail the whole time for, was it 2 or 3 years? I forget how many, until he stood trial and was found not guilty. And at the end of it, they said, hey, okay, you're free to go. See ya. Thanks. Sorry. Glass of milk with chocolate. Oh, yes. I'm a big fan of eating cake in a bowl with milk, like a breakfast cereal, which is if you haven't tried it, don't knock it. It is delicious. Have you looked up sweet pickle pie? Miss Ari would probably make a fantastic one. There's a restaurant famous for that pie, and they post the recipe for it. We'll have to look at sweet pickle pie. Let's see. Somebody wanted me to wrap up the whole case. I did a 1-minute synopsis. I'm not sure if only Mrs. R.A. knows where the body is buried. I'm not sure if anyone still needs information about this case. This is day 1 for the trial. A lot of people haven't heard about it. They might have popped in here, on accident or suggested it on the timeline, and you don't know what the case is about. This channel will make you want cake, pickles, hamburgers, donuts, and poutine. It will. Looks like the judge is coming back right now. I see his head wandering back and forth in front of the camera. Why wasn't he out on bail? Because he had a life sentence, and so he can appeal, but he's held in jail until the trial's finished on this new trial. It's on Law and Crime 2. It's on Law and Crime. It's on Court TV. It's on 12 WISN. It's on TMJ4. It's on a lot of places. I have not tried the tater casserole yet, but we're getting close to making our new meals, and I would like to try that one, Tag. So I appreciate that recipe. P. Cooper, never liked cake. Clearly, whoever's been serving you cake has done an awful job of it. You just haven't been served the right cake. We could change your mind. You must roll up. This is a little miss. This is talking about Discord. You must roll up in order to view most content and get notifications now. We have over 400 members, but not all are active. Our aim is to send the messages only to active members be sure to roll up. So it helps it go a little smoother over there. Once you do it, you're good to go. And they walked me through it. It was pretty painless. Sean says, what's your employment history? The last 7 months, it's pretty shady. Great question, though, by the way. I have, how far do you want to go back? You want to start with McDonald's or the greenhouse? I started working at a greenhouse as a kid. Actually, I was too young to work at the greenhouse, got fired because of that. Then got rehired 2 weeks later after I had my birthday and started working there, worked at McDonald's. I've been a pooper scooper in a parade. You need to be more specific. I've had so much employment history. I think what you're talking about is maybe something that might relate to true crime. And as far as that goes, I've got a degree in electronic media and communications. I've worked in the news industry. I've worked as a cameraman with police. I've gone through civilian police academy. I've studied the law as just a student of the law, loving it. A big fan since I was in 7th grade in elementary or in junior high. As far as more recently, I've been employed with the Department of Defense, doing IT work for classified and some unclassified workloads that were a lot of fun. Spent about 13 years there. My last title was systems engineer, if that means anything to you. Did a lot of fun stuff. Got to see behind the curtain as far as electronics go, and just enjoyed it. I actually started doing this because I was tired of looking for a job that I liked. And so I started live streaming during Darrell Brooks' trial in the last part of October. And a few of you found me, and then a few more did. And then suddenly you brought 1 billion of your friends. And I've been live streaming every weekday since then, unless it's a holiday. And here we are, 5,000 plus people, and growing rapidly. So that's about where I'm at employment history wise. I would like this to be my full-time job. That's what I'm shooting for. That's the goal. Any other questions, Sean? Or let me know. See, WKRP in Cincinnati is covering it as well, apparently. Neighbor kids whose parents came straight from Denmark ate cake and milk for breakfast. I thought they were the luckiest kids in the world. Rowdy, they just have good parents. That's what it is. You should try it. Chocolate milk, chocolate frosting, put it in a cereal bowl, pour milk on it, and eat it like cereal. It is. You'll never have it another way, unless, of course, you're sitting at a desk and can't have that. Still nothing from the courtroom. They were supposed to be back by now, I think. Turkeys are falling from the sky. Oh, that's WKRP. Turkeys are falling from the sky. That reference, that's a funny video. It might be easier for a recovery addict to list what he hasn't done for a job, says DMB. Yeah, I've worked in a steel mill. I've been a regional sales manager covering 3 states, driving 2,500 to 3,000 miles a month, wining and dining people, taking them out to restaurants, just basically bribing them to buy my company's product. I've been the chief equipment engineer for the college news station. I've filmed college. I've filmed rodeos. I've filmed television shows. Let's see, what else have I done? I have just a high number of run-ins with weird situations. I found a bomb. I found stolen cars. I find evidence of poaching. I found marijuana grows up in the mountains. I'm an observant sort of fellow, and so as I wander around and see things, I have fun experiences, and because of that, I have a million stories to tell as well. Thank you, Sean. Thanks for the question. As we're waiting here for the judge to come back. I recently realized I have as much motivation to learn law as I do to learn electronics and science. So this is my new kick now. Jim Bob, if this will be enough incentive for you to become a lawyer, take the bar, that would be awesome. I'd love it. And let us know how that goes. or just to study it for fun. That's good as well. Christy says, I'm currently in IT also. That's awesome. I did system monitoring for most of the last 13 years, monitoring the health and welfare of computer servers that make the government go round and wars happen and everything else. Brooks' trial is the spoiler for all other trials. Yes, but also Winburn. Winburn is actually started before Brooks, and he has everything that Sarah Boone has as far as the number of lawyers he's gone through, because he's been through 8 public defenders. And he also has all the homemade signs. He wanted to represent himself. That actually got revoked, so he can't represent himself now. And just crazy. And that one's coming up as well here in the next month. We had a hearing, 2 weeks ago on that one? We'll have to check on Discord to see where that one's happening, because it might be in the meantime before we have more Sarah Boone action, which we'll see in about a week, actually, here. We'd like this to be your full-time job. That'd be great, Sunshine Sunflowers. I'll keep working at it. It might become that. Let's see. We'd go wild if you weren't here. You guys are amazing. And I think one of the things that I'm a little different than some other channels on the internet, because I do have a burner phone. I think it's important for this, whole community to work, that you can reach me like I can reach you. And I've got the microphone and the big screen, but I give you an opportunity to reach me as well. So I do have a burner phone number. It sits here on the desk here next to me, and you can call, you can text, you can leave a voicemail. Sorry, squirrel. The answer is no, Jonathan. I do not have any classified documents. What do you think I am, a politician? No, you can call them at the burner phone. If you need the number anytime I'm live, just hit the exclamation point and type burner in chat. No space, just exclamation point burner, and the burner phone number will pop up in chat. There may be a time that I have to change that number as trolls get a hold of it and cause mayhem. But that's okay, because it is a burner phone, and I'll get another one, and we'll keep going. And that's the whole plan. So let's see. Nike hosted a fruit pie with milk in a bowl. It'll change your life. Nike, a hosted fruit pie. What's Nike? Nike. I mean, this is like a shoe company. Was that a typo or a spelling? The fruit pie in a bowl with milk will change your life. That's what I'm hearing. You are a Scot of all trades. I've done a lot of things. WKRP salesman. Oh, was it Herb or something? I think it was Herb. Yeah, you're right. It was in the message right there. I read it, and then I pretended like I just thought of it. Sorry about that. Nuke. Oh, so microwave a fruit pie, like a Hostess. I think you're saying not hosted. Hostess fruit pie, like an apple pie, glazed, of course. That does sound really good. Sounds fantastic. Judge is coming back in. It's just taking his seat here. We're watching on the stream. That's a little bit delayed, so audio should be happening about now as he turns everything on. Thank goodness it's your CV and not your rap sheet. Yes, rap sheet's a little bit shorter, lady writer, thankfully. Need to make a call. We'll be back shortly. You're excused, Debbie. We'll see you in a bit.
Number 2?
2?
Yes.
All right.
Where can you buy the cheapest burner phones? I use Google Voice because they're free.
All rise for the jury.
More pickles.
More pickles. Somebody just said more pickles. Who says more pickles? Let me get down to it. Jared, thank you so much. Donates to the pickle jar for the pickle fund. We will be getting more pickles here shortly. I think we'll be fixed by tomorrow. Thank you for your generous donation and the super chat.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Probably not in the middle of this trial, but we'll bring it up. It comes up. It always comes up. It's the topic that's relevant in almost every trial.
All right, we're back on the record
Jared.
on Mark Jensen. The appearances are the same. The jury is back in the courtroom. Sorry for the longer delay, but we were working out here when you were in the back. I just want you to know that. But that's not unusual in a trial. It's like live TV that's happening. We don't know what's going to happen, and we try to address it as quickly as we can. So with that, Ms. McNeil, who's your next witness?
The state calls Carrie Ashley.
All right.
Linda, I just like pickles, and I shared that with the community early on, and they sort of poked me about it a little bit, and I ran with it. I do like pickles, and I found an amazing flavor of pickles. It's a spicy maple bourbon pickles at Walmart, $3.84 for a jar. Will change your life, I promise you. They're not sponsoring me, but you won't regret it. Do we need to add to a pickle fund? You don't need to. It's not needed. It's appreciated, but thank you very much. I love Ari's reaction to change falling sound effect.
If you can come up here,
guys are
ma'am,
amazing.
all the way up front, and you remain standing and raise your right hand. When you come up here, I will swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony of this man to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone.
It was interesting that the prosecution
Spell your
said,
first and
hey,
last name for the reporter.
I'll listen here.
Carrie, Ashley, Ashley.
Thank
Finally,
you. Go ahead, Ms.
Carrie
McNeil.
Ashley.
Ms. Ashley,
like,
can
what-
you
who do I
tell
talk
us, back in 1998, where were you living?
I was living 9025 Lakeshore Drive in Pleasant Prairie.
Okay, and is that in Kenosha County, Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Now, is that sometimes called the Carroll Beach neighborhood?
Yes.
Ooh, that's the place you want to
And is
live.
that located near Lake Michigan?
It's right on the coast.
Yes, we live directly on Lake Michigan.
So if you walk too far in your backyard, you're in the lake?
Yes.
Yeah, that's good
Now,
land.
can you tell us
That's
about,
good land. That's prime real estate.
By 1998, this Carroll Beach neighborhood, did you meet a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
Shortly after we moved, yes. She came over to introduce herself.
And where did Ms. Jensen live
What did I just
in
do?
relationship to you?
Directly across the street.
And so is it correct that she was living in her home before you lived in your home?
Yes.
And when you moved in, you said she introduced herself?
Yes.
And so during this time period that we're talking about, from 1992
Okay,
when you
somehow it
moved
got
in
out of sync.
until
So
the
give me
end
just
of
a second.
1998, how frequently would you see Julie Jensen?
We were in the same book club, so every month, and our sons were good friends, both in the same classes at school, same age. And then, so whenever they had play dates and whenever we were outside playing with our kids and
audio is
saw each
really
other
off. I'm gonna
outside,
switch
we
to,
would join each other. So I guess it would depend on the time of year, a lot more frequently in
Audio's
summer.
gonna get weird for just a second.
When
Hang
everyone
tight.
was outside. Otherwise, definitely once a month at book club. I guess it would depend on.
Now,
a
you
lot
said
more
that you
frequently
had
in
a
summer
son that was the
when
same
everyone
age as
was
one of Julie.
outside. Otherwise, definitely once a month at book
Okay.
club.
Now, you said that you had a son that was the same age as one of Julie's sons. Is that correct?
Yes, actually, two were, Andy and David were in the same grade, same age, and Douglas and my younger son were, they were three years old at that time, 4 years old, so they hadn't started school yet.
And so would the children play together?
David and Andy would, yes. The younger two, no, not so much.
And when David and Andy would play, would you often see Julie Jensen during those times?
Yes.
And just to be clear, your son Andy, did he go to Southport Elementary School?
Yes, he did.
Now, can you describe in general Ms. Jensen's interactions with her children? Just describing her as a mother?
Well, she was a stay-at-home mom with them all the time, adored her kids, played with them. I mean, they were together all the time.
And did you notice anything different about that at any point, or was that consistent with Ms. Jensen?
I did not notice anything different at any point.
Now, I want you to think back to 1998. Do you recall the book club that would have occurred in November of that year?
Yes, it was always the second Tuesday of the month, and Julie was the host. And so everyone went to her house for the book club.
Pickle funds for the week. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Beaming face with smiling eyes.
It was typically 2 to 3 hours, from 7 to
Caught me finishing my cake.
8:39.
Thank you, Ann.
Sometimes it would go longer, but
For the beaming face with smiling
Usually in
eyes
that
times
time
3,
frame.
and for the generous donation.
And so,
Appreciate
do
it
you
very
remember
much.
anything about Julie hosting that book club? Was she a good host?
oh yeah, I
I
mean,
want to hear what books they read. All right, now I'm
the
curious.
host
We talked
always
about it so
had
much.
food and beverages, and there was nothing different about that. She was a good host. She was a good bake. Loved to bake. So.
So I want to direct your attention to the time period after that November book club and approaching the time of Julie's death. Do you remember Ms. Jensen ever talking about looking for a job?
There was one instance I remember. It would have been Monday of the week that she died. I was coming home from running errands, and she was outside with another neighbor, and she was visibly upset. So I went over and joined the conversation, and she said that she would be looking for a job and that Douglas was put in daycare.
So at that time, based upon what Julie said, your understanding was Douglas was in daycare?
Yes.
And do you know whether that would have been full-time or part-time?
No, I do not.
Now, you mentioned Julie had some hobbies and she was a good baker. Did she also like gardening?
I would say that gardening was probably her passion. She was always out in the yard in summer and spring and summer.
And so is that one of the reasons you would frequently see her outside?
That and playing with the kids. Mm-hmm.
And would you also see her outside in connection with the kids playing at the pool?
Well, the pool was in the backyard, so I would have to say no to that, but they would be in the driveway playing with bikes and that kind of thing.
And did your kids ever play in the pool?
Yeah. Typically, Fridays were my days off, so if we were to go to the pool, it would be on a Friday.
Now, I want you to specifically think back to December 2nd of 1998. On that day, did you have a conversation with the defendant, Mark Jensen?
I had a mutual friend had a baby, and I had called the Jensen home later in the day, and Mark had answered the phone.
And so just so I'm understanding this correctly, you were calling the Jensen home because a friend had a baby?
I wanted to let Julie know that our friend had her baby.
And do you remember who that friend was?
Okay, we're going to
Yes.
line up the
Who was that?
chat here one more
Angie
time.
Behrens at that time.
Okay, we're going to pause just for a second. Angie Behrens at that time.
I mean, she's...
So you heard the news and your intention was to share that with Julie, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and so what happened when you called the Jensen residence that day?
Mark just said that Julie was sick in bed and she was sick with the flu.
Getting
And
a little
couldn't come to
reaction
the
here.
phone. So I asked him just to relay the message to her.
And you said that he said she was sick with the flu?
Mark had indicated that.
And she could not come to the phone?
Correct.
So fair to say on December 2nd of 1998, you did not talk with Julie Jensen?
No.
His eyes are going crazy.
So now I want to direct your attention to the very next day, December 3rd of 1998. Was there anything that occurred on December 3rd of 1998 that you saw that caused you concern?
When I
Hey, Bart.
came home from work, there was
feeling
a
better,
lot
man.
of rescues.
Good to have you here.
Squads and fire trucks out on the road, flashing lights. So yeah, it was a little disheartening to come upon that. I hadn't known what had happened, but there were some
I don't think
neighbors
this
in
is
the
the one
yard,
that.
so I quickly got out of my car.
This
and
is
was told,
Ashley, right?
what had happened.
Okay, so you're basically
I
driving.
can't
up
remember her
into
name
it.
off the top of my head,
Yes.
but I don't think this is the one that got
And
the.
because your house
letter.
is right across the street, you have to go right to where these vehicles are.
Yes.
And so then, when you got out of your car, what were you thinking?
I guess I initially thought that maybe there was an accident with one of the kids possibly hurting themselves. I just wasn't sure.
So cause of death, they believe, was suffocation and poisoning by antifreeze.
And so how did you find out what happened?
Truthfully, at some point I know that Mark had come across the street and told us that Julie had passed.
It's a courtroom hearing aid.
I
He
don't
has
know
hearing
if that
problems.
was the initial time I had found out, or if someone told me as I exited my car. I just can't remember which one it was first, but I do remember speaking briefly with Mark.
DMB, this witness is a friend from the
All
neighborhood.
right, and so during that conversation, when Mark Jensen came over, can you describe what you observed about his demeanor?
Just, I guess, very anxious. That's about it.
And would you describe him as upset or crying? Did you notice anything like that?
No, I would say no, he was not.
Do you recall whether he was smoking at the time or not?
I don't recall. I know he smoked, but I don't remember.
Now, did you also end up attending Julie Jensen's wake or visitation, sometimes
Yes.
people call it?
Mhm.
You did. And do you have an estimate about how soon after her death that occurred?
It had to have been a few days, 4 or 5 days. I mean, it was less than a week, so very quick.
And at the wake, did you see Mark Jensen?
Yes, I did.
And did you make any observations about his demeanor at the wake?
We were waiting in line at the wake, just waiting to speak with the family, and I guess I would just say that, I mean, as he was greeting the guests, he just did not seem upset, more laughing and carrying on with the people he was talking with.
Let me see if I can get the audio from WISN now.
Now, I'd like you to think about after the wake. First of all,
in that neighborhood, when was the garbage collected? Do you recall what day?
A little better audio here.
It was Mondays.
All right, and so at some Monday after
Leslie,
the wake,
he was in jail for 22 years.
Did you notice
so,
anything
it was
particular
pretty
about
long.
the garbage outside the Jensen home?
There was just a lot more garbage bags, some big hefty bags out in the on the curb to be picked up, and
I'm
there
going
was
to pin
some
the best
of
wrong
Julie's
answers only
belongings that
explanation for what he's
weren't
wearing on
in
his
bags
ears.
that were more spewed
We're gonna have some fun
on
with
the
this
top,
one.
I guess.
So, what is Mark
And so
Jensen
can you
wearing on
give
his,
us
in his
an
ears?
estimate
Wrong
of
answers
the
only.
time frame, how
the best one's
soon
going to be
after the
pinned
wake
to the
this
top of the
was?
chat.
It would have been soon, so probably the next Monday.
And so you specifically described, was it more garbage bags than usual?
Yes.
And did you say you specifically saw some of Julie's things?
Yes.
And what can you remember about Julie's things?
I don't remember exactly. It just, there was, whether they were sweaters or dresses or what, but they were definitely women's clothes out in the garbage.
And so when you saw that, you recognize those as Julie's.
Well, they were women's clothing, so.
You guys have some great responses.
Now, at some point after Julie Jensen's death, did you come to be introduced or to know a woman, Kelly Labonte?
Ed.
Yes, I did.
Tempted to go with yours. Let me
And
look
about
around.
how soon after Julie Jensen's death did you see her at the Jensen residence?
Like AJ's as well.
It's really hard for me to pinpoint exactly how long, but I was told that she was helping out babysit, and so I would say within the month.
Now I want you to think to the time period of January of 1999.
I'm going to go with Marissa here.
Do you recall anything about any birthday party during that time period?
At the Jensen household, that would have
Correct.
been David's.
Okay, and so his birthday would have been around that time period?
Mm-hmm.
And so do you have any recollection of whether Kelly was at that birthday party?
No, I do not.
Do you know if your son attended that birthday party?
Yes, he did.
You guys have some great answers.
And
It's like the most creative group on the
your
internet.
son was
You guys
in
are
the
amazing.
same class at Southport
Look at
Elementary?
Peter's comment.
Yes.
What
As
Peter
David
say?
Jensen?
Yes, he was.
Now, can you just tell us, would the kids generally get on the same bus together? How would they get to
Where
the
is
school?
Peter's comment?
They
I'm
took
looking
the
for it.
bus
Oh.
in the morning
Pete?
together, and it was, they usually would wait in our driveway for the
antifreeze
bus. If it was cold or rainy, they would wait in the garage. Sometimes inside.
Okay, and in the morning, that's what they would do?
Yes.
Okay, and then obviously in the evening, they just go to their home?
Well, I was a working mom, so my kids would go to daycare after work a few days a week. Otherwise, they would take the bus home. And
Okay, I think she's about wrapping up her questions. I think she's done. Yep. Look at the sheet. Nothing else. Are we done? Yeah, we're done. Nothing else. Okay, pass the witness.
Further questions? Thank
Right,
you.
we can do the cross.
Thank you, Judge.
The cross is effective, very effective.
Ms. Ashley, shortly after Ms. Jensen's death, you were contacted by Detective Paul Ratzberg.
I
Welcome, Patricia.
shortly, I don't know
Thanks for
exactly
being a
how long, but
subscriber.
at some point I was, yes.
It wasn't like a couple of years later. It was within a normal amount of time after her passing. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And you spoke to the detective who came to your home,
Yes.
and he wanted to talk to you about some of the medication that Julie Jensen had been taking.
Don't remember that.
And do you remember telling him that Julie Jensen had been taking sleeping pills?
I wouldn't have known that. So, no.
That's
I
fair.
would have
Thank
never
you.
said that.
Did you tell Detective Ratzberg that
Thank
you
you.
knew little about the Jensens, except that the police had been in contact with your family about prowlers around the Jensen home?
I would have never said that either.
Because you knew the Jensens,
Exactly.
and they were your neighbors.
Correct.
So if Detective Ratzberg put that in his report, that would be incorrect.
Correct. It would have been that I didn't know anything about the prowlers.
Right,
but-
you knew about them, you just didn't know about the Jensen prowlers.
Correct.
And if he wrote that in his report, that just would have been wrong.
Yes.
So now they're
Correct.
attacking his
Wrong.
report.
I want to
His
talk
report
to you
has
a
other
little bit
information.
about
That's
some of
the
the
problem.
people you spoke to after Julie Jensen's death.
Okay.
You knew Therese DeFazio.
Yes.
She was your son's teacher.
Yes.
She was also a neighbor.
No.
Did she live in the same neighborhood?
No.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So you just knew her from your son's school?
Yes.
And it'd be fair to say that you spoke to her about Julie Jensen?
I went to school I drove my son to school the following day, and I told her what had happened, and that was it.
And you talked to her about what you saw?
No, I just told her that Julie had passed.
You didn't tell her that you had seen like ambulances or anything like that? You just said Julie Jensen's passed away?
That's as far as I remember, yes.
Thank you. And did Ms. DeFazio tell you about conversations she had with Julie Jensen?
Dawn, I think that's what
She
she was
made a
doing on
brief
purpose.
statement.
Just to see if
So
she
she
would
did
say
tell you
yes
some
to
stuff.
something that was wrong.
About what Julie Jensen told her?
Very brief, yes.
You also were neighbors with the Voights.
Both
Correct.
of the expressions.
And you would have talked to them about Julie Jensen's death.
Brief conversation, correct, yes.
And were those conversations also 1 or 2 days after Julie Jensen's death?
I can't answer that. I don't remember how soon after.
And they told you about what Julie Jensen had said to them during this brief conversation.
They told me that they had a conversation with Julie. They didn't, at that time, they did not tell me exactly what was the conversation.
You had testified earlier that you had gone to a book club in November.
Yes.
And that was at Julie Jensen's home.
Yes.
And there's usually food and drinks.
Correct.
Julie Jensen didn't express any concerns about eating or drinking anything at her home?
No.
Julie Jensen never expressed any concern or told you that she was afraid of her husband?
No.
You never saw anything going on in the Jensen home that would cause you concerns?
No.
When you talked about seeing Julie outside with the boys, you also saw Mark Jensen outside with the boys?
Yes.
Playing basketball?
Yes.
Walking the dog?
Yes.
Hanging out in the front yard?
Yep.
Pushing a stroller.
Now, you and Julie Jensen were neighbors for a number of years
Yes.
and also attended a book club together.
Yes. Mhm.
Your families didn't vacation together.
No.
You would hang out if you were outside,
Correct.
but it's not like you would go on trips together.
No.
I pinned Marissa's ear cuffs instead of handcuffs. That's the one I went with. There were some great responses.
She did talk
though,
to you
Samantha.
about someone who was harassing her.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
It was a very brief discussion, and she said that she believed that someone was breaking into her home to harass her.
And she told you that was a gentleman by the name of Perry Tarika.
She never said any names, so I don't know.
That's fair. Did she tell you that the person she believed was harassing them was someone she had had an affair with?
A brief affair, yes.
Outside of the conversation about the affair, you didn't talk to Julie Jensen about any issues in her marriage?
No.
She didn't tell you her marriage was in trouble?
No.
She didn't, did she tell you did she tell you she thought her husband was going to divorce her?
No.
She did say she didn't want to get a job.
Correct. She wanted to stay at home with Douglas.
And that day you spoke to her, the Monday before her passing, she was upset
Yes.
because she didn't want to get a job.
Correct.
She didn't want Douglas to be in daycare all day.
And that's what she indicated, yes.
And she wanted to stay at home with him.
Yes.
You're talking about Opper? Sue Opper? Debbie? Yeah, there it is. Sue Opper.
You were asked a little bit about the bus schedule. And I think your testimony was you saw them in the morning, but not the afternoon.
Not all afternoons, correct, but
You were working.
3 to 4 days a week, yes.
So during the days, 3 to 4 days a week, you were at work.
Yes.
You weren't watching what was going on at the Jensen home.
No.
You weren't watching who was getting on or off a bus.
No.
You weren't watching to see who was picking up or dropping off children.
No.
You testified that a week or two after Julie Jensen's funeral, that there was more than normal amount of garbage bags outside. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that family was staying at the Jensen home that had come in from out of town?
No, I was not aware of that.
You don't know if they were working to clean up the house?
Yeah, no, I was not aware, so no.
You don't know if they were packing up some items in order to donate to Goodwill?
No.
You wouldn't have been home to see like St. Vincent de Paul pick up items?
No.
That's very specific. Somebody just died.
You didn't
Soul
see
left
any-
the body.
Oh, you have to use the microphone a little bit more.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's okay, sorry. You didn't see any keepsakes outside?
No.
You didn't see any photos?
No.
I believe he did not take the stand the first time around. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I don't think he did last time.
Miss Ashley, you spoke about seeing Mr. Jensen at the funeral.
Yes,
And you also spoke about seeing him on December 3rd.
yes,
You weren't with Mr. Jensen when he found his wife.
no,
You don't know his reaction.
no,
You weren't there when the police told him that his wife had passed.
no,
You didn't see that reaction.
no,
You said you saw him talking at the funeral, to visitation, sorry.
yes,
And that was to people that were paying their respects and coming up to talk to him.
yes,
You don't know what their relationship was with Mark Jensen
correct,
or Julie Jensen.
correct,
You don't know if they were telling stories about a childhood memory or something that happened in college.
correct,
It'd be fair to say that sometimes people reminisce at visitations.
yes,
People laugh.
yes,
People cry.
correct.
And some people cry in their own way at their own time.
I'm objecting. This is argument.
Why don't we ask another question? You made your point.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally, got the objection in.
I have no further questions.
Hang on. All right, can you get closer to the mic, ma'am? Thank you.
I'm all finished, Judge. Thank you.
Any redirect?
So I just want to clarify the prowler issue. So is it true that the police did ask you at some point about prowlers being around the Jensen residence?
Yes,
And you knew little about that, correct?
No, they're not earshot.
correct. I had never seen anything suspicious in the neighborhood.
And what you knew is what Julie had told you.
depends how long you've been gone a
where
little bit.
she suspected it was this man she had an affair with.
Correct.
Did you see the DA and the
And
judge
so
get
that's
into
what
it?
you knew little about.
Like yelling? Because
Yes.
if you missed that, yes, it was something
I have
good.
nothing further.
Anything on those brief questions?
No, Judge.
Thank you. All right, you're excused. Thank you. Have a good day. Does the prosecution want me to read the instruction on the recorded testimony?
I do. Thank you, Judge.
And the defense have an objection to the reading?
No.
All right, the attorneys have agreed to this instruction now. I'm going to read it to you, and hopefully everybody can hear me. If you can't hear me, raise your hand, okay? Or throw your pencil this way. That'll be the signal. All right, jury instruction regarding recorded testimony.
Wow.
You will be hearing and
We can hear you,
seeing
Judge.
previously recorded testimony of witnesses who are no longer available to testify
In some
in
cases,
person.
no longer alive.
You are instructed to ignore the logo which may appear on these videos because it has no relevance to this case.
It's news footage.
You are further instructed that this recorded testimony is evidence and should be evaluated the same way as the witnesses who testify in person. So with that, can we have the videos?
Yes, Judge, this is, for the record, this is going to be State's Exhibit number 7. So that would be the recorded the recorded testimony of Margaret Voigt. And
Is she listed as a witness?
she is listed. Let me give you her number. It's towards the end.
Her first name looks different than that, Judge. Doesn't say Margaret.
What number is it?
She is number 74.
74.
It's a lot of witnesses.
All right.
She may be sick.
And
She may have passed
Judge,
away.
I just ask if this is another volume issue. If the volume is problematic, I would just ask that the jurors notify the court.
They are ready to throw their pencils.
I hope they do. I hope somebody just
I think it should work, folks.
Roxanne, you're amazing, by the way. We're praying for her as well. I've seen the picture that you're talking about of her burying her feet in the sand. You sent that to me on the burner phone already. It's amazing. We're praying for you guys. Ooh, it's 48 hours.
Yep, so now the volume's not working at all. Let me try to fix that.
What's behind my image? That's what I want to know.
It's because my computer's muted.
Oh, it's just Margaret Woodgett. Woodgett.
Right.
Back up to the beginning.
You're married to Ted?
Yes.
Okay. Now it's not muted. You fixed that problem, but now it's super loud.
For the record, will you please state your full name and spell your name?
It's Margaret Voigt, W-O-J-T.
And Mrs. Voigt, you're married to Ted?
Yes.
How long have you and Ted been married?
Over 25 years now.
At some point, did you come to move in next door to the Jensens?
Yes, we moved from Chicago.
And when was that?
I would say 93, 94.
It's on the
Can
replay,
you,
Lindsay. You'll want to
do you
watch
remember
that
the first
for
time
sure.
you met Julie Jensen?
Well, I seen her when we were building a house across the street. Probably spoke to her a few words, but then we talked more when we purchased the property next door to them a lot, on which we built a house.
You're going to have to
And
pause
then
this
we
and
met
turn
at
off the notifications.
closing.
So, Judge, the volume was a bit low for the witness, so I'm just going to restart it. The defense and I are agreeing to that.
Is everybody hearing the witness that we're trying? Yeah, everybody's saying yes, so who's having the issue? Oh.
Bridget wants to hear him too.
All right, well, we'll restart it then, and hopefully we will finish it.
It will take us till 5, and then that's the end of this video, Judge.
Okay, that's an hour. That's an hour and 10 minutes.
For the record, will you please state your full name and spell your name?
We know that these witnesses who aren't available anymore are either sick or dead.
And
There
Mrs.
are
Voigt,
3
you're
that this
married
applies
Ted?
to. Oh, man.
In next door to the Jensens?
Yes, we moved from Chicago.
We heard this part
When
before.
was that?
I would say 93, 94.
Can you, do you remember the first time you met Julie Jensen?
Well, I seen her when we were building a house across the street. Probably spoke to her a few words, but then we talked more when we purchased the property next door to them a lot, on which we built a house. And then we met at the closing.
And then you moved in next door to them.
Then we moved next door to them.
When did you move into that house?
94.
And did you come to know Mark and Julie Jensen?
Yes, we send them on regular basis.
Did your two families socialize together on occasion?
Yes.
Tell us some of the circumstances under which you might get together and socialize with the Jensens.
Oh, at that time we had 2 daughters, and they had only David. So the kids would play with each other. The Jensens, they had a swimming pool, which my girls really liked, so they would be invited over to use it. And on other basis, we would, with Julie, we would go, we'd take the kids to Great America, we'd take them to the zoo. When the kids were little, we would have birthday parties together. As a family, go out for dinner a few times, have a dinner at their house.
So did you feel you came to know Julie Jensen pretty well over the years?
Yes.
Did you consider her a good friend?
Yes.
Tell the jury your perception of what kind of a person Julie Jensen was.
Well, first of all, she was very caring. She loved her boys. She would do anything for them. And I always trust her. I would always go her with any question, or if I had some kind of problems, as far as finding maybe a doctor or a dentist or whatever, because we just moved into the neighborhood. She would be the one that I would go and talk to.
You trusted her judgment?
Yes.
Were you familiar with any of Julie's interests or hobbies?
Yes, I knew she loved her garden. She was good at sewing and crafts and baking. She baked very good. Whenever she had anything, it was just.
Did you ever have any of the stuff that she baked?
Yes.
Was she a good baker?
Oh yes.
I mean, some people enjoy it; they're not good at it, but she was pretty good at it.
She was, and she gave me a few recipes too.
Did there come a time when when Julie ever confided in you that she was having problems in her marriage?
Closer to her dad. I would say I heard from my husband sooner than I heard from her personally.
Yes, these
So
witnesses
maybe
were
like a couple
cross-examined
weeks
at the
before her
time they were
death,
originally
she would actually tell me a few
testified.
things about the problems in the family and the marriage.
But your husband had been talking to you before that?
Yes.
And did you give your husband any advice when he was telling you about the problems at in the Jensen household?
Actually, I did. I told him not to get involved.
So then a few weeks before Julie's death, tell us about the conversation that occurred between you and Julie.
Well, we met quite often, but not, the whole conversation wasn't only about the problem in the family. We would talk about the boys, about the different kind of things, and then she would say something like, one time she said that it was very strange that Mark would ask her how she felt after the miscarriage, and he would make a note about it. And she didn't know what that was all about. She was getting scared that he's planning something, and she didn't know what.
I don't know if she's sick.
When was that
or
conversation?
why she's not
if you can
available,
recall?
but she's not available
I
to
would
testify
say
right now.
within 2 weeks prior her Julie's death.
So maybe mid-November 1998?
Yes.
Did you know that Julie had a miscarriage?
Yes.
When did she have her miscarriage?
I don't remember, but I remember Mark bringing David over to my house that morning, and David, I had to take him to school later because he was taking Julie to a hospital.
I believe the witnesses that passed away.
Was that the same
not
year of
related to
Julie's
the-
death, or was it a year
the
or two
defendant at
before,
all.
or don't you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. And did she tell you why she thought it was strange that Mark would ask her how she felt after the miscarriage?
Well, because he never done anything like this before. He would, and it sounded like he never cared how she felt. So that was strange. That all of a sudden he wants to know how she felt. You know.
And then he'd make a note of it?
Yes.
Now, was that the first time that Julie had related to you that she had some concerns about Mark, or had there been other times?
This probably was one of the first times. And then another time I spoke to Julie relating the problems was that week before her death, like Monday and Tuesday. And one of the things was we mentioned the divorce. It came up to it, and I said, why don't you divorce? And she said that Mark would kill me first before he divorced me.
This is the best, this is the
now
best
you
they
said
had.
that was the Monday before her death, or the Monday of the week before her death?
That was Monday or Tuesday of that week before her death.
So it was the same week of her death?
Yes.
And when you had that conversation with her, were you talking to her outside or talking to her on the phone?
Outside.
How long was that conversation, and how did that issue come up?
Well, another question was, I asked her, we talked about the job at the same time because I knew she was applying. So she said she hadn't heard from any of the places that she had applied. And also she talked about Douglas being in the daycare all day. That upset her a lot because she wanted to stay home with him.
This is
till at
permitted
least
as
he
an
goes
unavailable
to
witness.
kindergarten, full time.
They got these
In that week,
questions in.
well,
There was
during
cross-examination.
the time that you're having this conversation with
So it's
Julie
allowed.
about Douglas and daycare and so forth, about how old was Douglas at that time?
I think he was probably 4.
And Julie seemed committed to staying home with Douglas?
Oh, yes. Yes, she loved to stay home with her children, with her boys.
This conversation that occurred between you and Julie on the Monday or Tuesday of the week of her death, how long was that conversation, would you say?
I remember talking to her a few times. So maybe like at one time, it was 5 minutes, another time maybe 10 minutes.
This is a sworn
So
witness
it was
in
few
court
conversation the same day.
testifying, so it's not hearsay.
And did you know where
There are
Douglas
rules
was
that
at the
allow
time that
this
she was
to
having
be
this
permitted.
conversation with you?
Douglas wasn't there, so I'm assuming that he was at the daycare, that all-day daycare that he started that week.
Well, tell me, did you know when Douglas started going into daycare?
That week of Julie's death, he's supposed to start it on Monday or Tuesday.
And you heard that from whom?
This is given as witness testimony from an unavailable
Had he been
witness.
attending any daycare in the weeks preceding that?
Yes, but it was only half day.
As Matthew Harris pointed out, this would be the same as if you had deposed a witness and they died prior to trial, where that video would still be allowed.
I would speculate.
If you don't know,
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. So how many conversations did you have with Julie in the 2 weeks or so preceding her death where she had made reference to the status of her marriage?
It was quite a few. I cannot give you a number, but I seen her here and there and she would tell me things. But like I said, not every time when we talk she would say about her problems, because she knew that I already know from my husband what's going on. So
So are there any other things that you can remember that Julie told you in the weeks preceding her death concerning the status of her relationship with her husband?
well, I remember one more thing. Tuesday, standing there, I actually asked her, first of all, I said to Julie, I know I didn't want to be involved, but I feel like I'm already involved. And then I said, I asked her, do you really think that Mark would do something to you? And she said, yes.
Did you ever offer Julie any advice?
No.
You never suggested to her she should do one thing or another?
No.
You were talking about this conversation on Tuesday. That was the Tuesday before her death?
Yes.
And where did this conversation occur?
You noticed the audio's
That
better
was
22 years ago than it is
I
today.
remember she came home from grocery shopping.
Did she ever talk to you about going to a doctor at all?
Yes, she did. As
What-
a matter of fact, that was that same day.
What did she say to you about going to the doctor?
She just said it. I went to the doctor, and she never said why, and she never said that, she's not feeling well. She just said, I went to the doctor, so it was kind of strange. I didn't know why.
Well, would it be fair to say that you saw Julie on a regular basis, on a weekly basis, in the weeks and months preceding her death?
Yes.
Did you notice any change in her physical condition in the months preceding Julie's death?
I really didn't. Maybe because I knew, that she's being sad.
He wants a retrial because he doesn't like life without parole.
With all the problems, so I really didn't notice anything.
On a globe, I was with you. Same thought this morning.
So
Matthew
when was the last time that you spoke to Julie Jensen, person to person, where you could actually see each other face to face?
Tuesday.
And about what time of the day was that?
It was before the boys came back from school, so it had to be before 3 o'clock.
There won't be any new testimony from this.
And did she?
But
Is
there
that
won't
when
be
the
any new
conversation with the
cross.
doctor came up?
But it
Yes.
will be permitted.
And
there was cross at the time she was
Did she tell you anything about her visit to the doctor?
That's all she said. She said, I went to a doctor, and that's all. I didn't ask.
That's the last time you saw Julie Jensen alive?
Yes.
Was that the last time you ever talked to her?
No, I spoke to her on the phone
When did you speak to her on the phone?
on Wednesday, the day before she died.
What time was it that you spoke to her on Wednesday?
I remember it was around 10 o'clock in the morning. I was in the kitchen. I saw Mark leaving. I saw his car pulling out of the garage. He left, and just as he left, she called me.
So she initiated the phone call to you.
Yes.
Tell me everything you can remember about the phone conversation that occurred between you and Julie Jensen on Wednesday.
Okay, she said, hi, it's Julie. The reason I'm calling is because you're not going to see me outside today, and I know if you don't, you're going to worry that something is wrong. And I already knew something was wrong because her voice was very shaky, and it sounded like she was drunk, and so I knew something's going on. So I asked her, Julie, what's wrong? And she said, whoa, the medication I took, I didn't know they're gonna have such an effect on me. But she never indicated what medication, and I didn't ask her. So I keep asking if she needs any help. And she said, no, Mark is being good to me. Mark took the kids to school, and he's going to a doctor for me. And I keep asking, let me do something, and she just keeps saying no and repeating that Mark is being good to her.
And that's the last time you ever spoke to Julie Jensen?
Yes.
How long would you say that conversation lasted?
I would say it was probably 15 minutes because I keep repeating. I didn't want to hang up.
Why not?
I felt something's wrong.
How did Julie sound, aside from the sound, the fact that her voice was shaky and it sounded as though her speech was slurred, how did Julie sound in terms of her emotional state? Did she sound concerned?
No, she did not. She said, I'm okay, but she didn't sound okay.
Matthew, you missed it. We had an argument in court between a judge and the DA yelling. It was good.
Do you remember anything about December 3rd, 1998?
Yes.
I don't know what this witness's situation is, why she can't testify, if she's sick or if she passed away.
Julie died.
What can you remember about that day? How was it that you came to learn that Julie had died?
I went to pick up my daughter from school, and she goes to the scene. So by the time we got home, it was a little bit after 4 o'clock. And as I was getting closer to the house, I saw all the police cars, the ambulance. I already knew something pretty bad had happened.
What did you do then?
I went in the house and I saw my younger daughter and my husband sitting on the couch. My daughter was crying. My husband was very, very upset. He was upset at me too. He said, "You told me to stay away. You told me to not get involved. And look what happened."
Did you see anything else happen that night? Did you make any observations of what was going on in the neighborhood?
I see neighbors gathering outside, but we didn't go outside. We just stayed in. It was very hard for us to deal with it.
Do you remember seeing anything the next day on December 4th?
December 4th. Yes, I saw Mark on December 4th. I saw him outside.
What time of day was this?
It was afternoon. I saw him on his driveway by the garage. and I saw his dad, and they gave each other a high five, and they were happy, they were smiling, and that was very strange, because I thought, your wife just died yesterday, why are you so happy?
Did you attend Julie Jensen's wake?
No, I did not.
Did you attend her funeral?
No.
Did you make any observation? Do you know what day of the week it is that the garbage is picked up in your neighborhood?
Every Monday.
Do you remember seeing anything in the Jensen driveway on the Monday following Julie's funeral?
Yes. I remember seeing there was a lot of garbage, more than usual, and a lot of stuff inside black garbage bags, but there also was loose things that I could tell they were Julie's personal things.
Can you describe some of the personal things of Julie's that you saw in the driveway?
The one thing I saw, it was her red jacket that I seen her wearing recently, and then I saw some craft and sewing boxes. That's what I remember.
He dumped all her stuff right after she
Do you
died.
remember at some point, do you
Not a
remember what kind
crime,
of car
just-
Julie Jensen drove when she was alive?
She drove Toyota. I think it was like the station wagon, kind of reddish burgundy.
And where would she normally park that car?
She would park inside the garage.
At some point after Julie's death, did you see that Toyota parked anywhere else in the
Matthew,
residence?
I'm just going to go out on a limb here.
It
Ouija
was,
board or a seance?
outside
Those are my two answers.
Which, yeah, we
No,
noticed
how do you
that
do
right
it?
away. It was kind of strange to see Julie's car outside.
How much time elapsed between the point of Julie's death and the point where you started seeing that her car was parked outside?
Julie's car parked
Yes.
outside? I think Julie's car, I would say within 2 days, it was already outside.
Okay, so she is alive.
Did
She's
you
just unavailable.
see what, if any vehicle was being parked in the
We don't know if
garage where
she's
her
sick,
car
if
used to be
she's out of
parked?
the country.
Did you ever see the
I
car?
saw a different car. Yeah, I saw a different car on the driveway.
Okay. Did you ever see a different car inside the garage where Julie usually parked her car?
Personally, I didn't see it.
Okay. Were you ever introduced to a person named Kelly Labonte or Kelly Greenman?
No.
Did you ever see a person around the residence that you later came to learn was Kelly Labonte or Kelly Greenman?
Yes.
So you guys play dress up and you
How
pretend
much
to be a
time
witness?
elapsed between the point of Julie
That's
Jensen's
cool.
death and the point where you can first recall seeing Kelly Greenman or Kelly Labonte around the house?
I seen her within 2 weeks, just going in and out briefly. So
What time of the day was it that you'd see her going in or out?
around dinner time.
Yeah, Coburger's tomorrow morning.
And
Out
you
of
didn't
Idaho.
see where she parked her car?
It's going to be fun.
No.
The same time this starts up again, so we'll have to do both. Ed says, I'm into dress up. Okay, we don't need too much of a
At
confession
some
in here.
point in the time preceding Julie's death, had she ever given you anything and asked you to hold on to it?
Yes, she gave me a few rolls of film.
When did that happen?
That would happen, I would say, yeah, like 2 weeks before her death.
A few rolls of film.
What did she say to you, and where did this transfer take place, where she gave you the film?
She came to my house and she just gave it to me and asked me to hold it for her because she didn't want to leave it in the house. She didn't want to keep it in the house until she's going to come back and pick it up for me.
Tell us the form that this was in. What did you receive from Julie exactly?
Oh, they were loose. They were like maybe 3 or 4 and she just brought it like this in her hand.
3 or 4 what?
Rolls of film.
Were they in these little plastic containers? Is
Yes.
that- Okay.
So probably 35 millimeter film.
And she when she gave them to you, did she tell you what they were?
Actually, I already knew because my husband told me that Julie's going to bring the rolls of film. So I expected it.
And do you remember what day of the week it was that she delivered those to you?
No, I don't.
Did she ever come back and ask for those rolls of film back?
Yes, she did.
And how much time elapsed between the point where she gave you the rolls of film and the point where she asked to have them back?
Within 2 days.
So tell us about when she asked for the film back.
I was in the kitchen that moment, and I saw a police car pull over on her driveway, and I knew right away, that that's what he came for, and I was expecting Julie to come to my house. So I already had them ready for her. When she rang the doorbell, I just opened the door and gave it to her, and she smiles and she left.
Yes, did it get moved from 10 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the
Were
morning?
you
but that's
present
specific time.
when that,
specific time.
or do you know whether or not that officer ever came back after having the film developed?
I seen him, and I think it was the Monday, the week of when Julie died.
So tell us about that. Tell us what you saw.
I just briefly saw him on the pulling in, and that's about it. So I didn't see Julie, or I just saw him, so I know he came. But
And that was the Monday of the week she died?
yes,
What time of day was it? Do you remember?
in the morning.
I've done a little 35 millimeter camera
Do you remember
work.
how much time elapsed between the point where Julie gave you the film canisters and the point where Julie died?
Like the smell of the chemicals in the
I
darkroom.
think she gave me the phone on November 21st.
The developer, the stop bath.
Had Julie ever spoken to you about becoming physically ill at any time in November?
No.
I'm not sure if this is the lady who had the letter or not. She just had the film so far. I don't think they're going to talk about the letter. They're not allowed to bring that in, so that will probably be cropped out if this is part of the video.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
So here's the cross-examination. That's why this is allowed like this.
Good morning.
Morning.
You live next door to the Jensens for, you think you moved in 94, is that right?
Yes.
About pretty close to 5 years.
Yes.
You were very friendly with Julie.
Yes.
You were very friendly with Mark.
Yes.
You had hundreds and hundreds of contacts over the years with both of them.
I think we've never been over 3K at once, but
you had a chance to
about
observe
20,000 people
Mark
watched the
here
video all in
with
all.
his kids.
Yes.
Right? You saw him playing with them in the pool.
Yes.
Saw him shooting baskets with David.
True.
Saw him go for walks with the dog.
True.
Yeah, I don't know why she's not available.
Mark would go on fishing trips with his sons.
Yes.
You saw Julie and Mark together in the yard working on projects together.
Yes.
You thought it was a great marriage.
Yes.
And then your views began to change in about October of 1998.
Yes.
I think they'll still steer clear of the whole letter issue.
A month or two before Julie passed away, right?
I'm sorry?
A month or two before Julie passed
Yes.
away. I mean, I'm sorry. And your views changed initially because of things your husband had told you, right?
Yes, and later Julie.
But Julie, just so I'm clear, Julie didn't start talking to you until about a week and a half or 2 weeks before she died, right?
Yes.
She didn't say anything to you before that time,
No,
correct?
she didn't.
And over those years, those 5 years, you and Julie generally didn't have very private conversations about your marriages, right?
That's correct.
Last time I used film
She
was
wouldn't
probably
tell you
1995.
deeply personal things, correct?
Correct.
And after your husband told you some things that Julie had said, your feelings started changing about Mark. True?
Oh, my feelings start changing about the marriage and, yeah. Not
You-
only, I mean, the whole situation.
And during November of 1998, you found yourself kind of avoiding Mark?
That's not true. Because it wasn't, the situation, the whole situation has changed it. Mark wasn't outside like he used to was. Mark wasn't coming over and talking to us like he used to was. So it wasn't avoiding. It just, the whole thing changed. Mark changed too. He acted differently.
Well, you indicated that you wouldn't see Mark as much because it's later in the fall months, correct?
Well, I pretty much just saw
Lindsay,
him
what's the
going
timestamp
to work
so we can
and
give
coming back and
Matthew
talk
Harris that?
about it.
Was that
Right. You wouldn't see him outside to the extent that you would in July when they're out in the pool or doing yard work, correct?
Right.
And based on what your husband had told
60
you,
minutes or so, 63 minutes?
you didn't particularly want to talk to Mark. Fair to say?
See you, Roxanne. Thanks for being here. Good luck to you.
Like I said, it was just different situation. It wasn't comfortable like it was before when he was out there with the boys playing. It just, the whole thing has changed.
Well, do you recall, you testified in this case back in July, correct, Mrs. White?
Yes.
On July 12th, 2007, and at page 42, line 20, I asked you, well, can you think of any times when Mark avoided talking to you?
Excuse me, counsel, I was looking for, what was the page number?
Page 42, line 20.
Thank you.
I love that we get the objections.
I asked you, well, can you think
22
of any
years ago, too.
times when Mark avoided talking to you? And you answered, well, to tell you the truth, I don't even want to talk to Mark. So I think it probably would be me avoiding him if I would see him. You recall
yeah, I
that?
remember saying that. But now I know, that's what I'm trying to correct myself. That was the reason, because he acted, when I thought about it more, yeah, it was hard because he just acted differently too. He wasn't as friendly as he was before.
Do you think maybe he sensed a different attitude on the part of you and your husband?
I don't know.
You acknowledge that you had a little bit of a different attitude, right?
Well, I'll probably I act differently too, knowing what's going on, that they have problems.
Sure. Did you have a chance to talk with your husband last night about his testimony yesterday?
No.
You mentioned this phone call, Mrs. Voigt, that took place on December 2nd. Julie passed away on December 3rd.
Yes.
It was the day before on December 2nd.
Yes.
And your best memory is around 10 a.m.?
Yes.
Could have been a little after 10, could have been 9:45, could have been 9:30, right?
If that's around 10 a.m.
Right. You're not telling me that when she called, you looked at a clock and made a note. It could have been.
I
It
kind
was
of
just
did
sometime
glance,
around
that's
there.
why I said it was around 10, because I saw Mark leaving and that was late for him to leave for work. That's why I said around 10.
And Mark had already left, right?
Yes.
And do you recall? You acknowledge it could be 9:45 or 9:30, right?
If that's around 10 o'clock, yes.
Yes,
you
that's
do
around
agree,
10 o'clock.
correct?
Well, I said around 9 o'clock. I'm sorry, I said around 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So I don't know what's around 10 o'clock.
Okay.
That's my memory. That's what I remember. That's what I said before, around 10 o'clock.
Sure. You wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to be 9:30, though.
I think it would be too early. I would be closer to 10.
Now, at that hearing on July 12th, you were asked to
I
pay.
know, and I said it could be 9:30, but now I'm
Okay.
saying probably be closer to 10.
And how many, have you met with the prosecutor since July 12th, 2007?
No, just saw Mr. Jumbers yesterday and today, this morning. But
You spoke with him yesterday?
just say hi and not really much about anything.
And you read your testimony?
Yes, I did.
You read your husband's testimony?
No.
Did you have your husband's testimony at home?
Yes, we do.
And do you know if he read your testimony?
I read mine.
No. Do you
Oh,
know?
if he did?
Yeah.
No, he did not.
These are the right answers.
So Mark left on
9
this
o'clock in the
Wednesday
morning here.
December
9 a.m.
2nd.
tomorrow.
And then Julie called you.
Yes.
She was home alone.
Yes.
She didn't say she wasn't feeling well, right?
She actually said, when I said, "Are you okay?" She said, "Yeah, I'm okay."
Jay Hughes, that is awesome.
And at no time did she say she wasn't
Development for
feeling
Ansel
well,
Adams.
Uh, actually, no. I don't remember her saying I'm not feeling well.
You agree, you have no recollection of her saying, "I don't feel very well."
Yeah, just the fact that about the medication that she didn't know that it would have that effect on her. So I don't know if that would consider not feeling well.
But she expressed it in terms of feeling a little woozy.
9 a.m.
Would that be fair
Eastern
to
will
say?
start. That'll be well ahead of
Yeah, her voice was
BK.
like she was drunk.
Matthew's watching the fight right now. You've given the timestamp. He's going back and watching
You
it.
talked to her for
That's what we're
15
seeing in the
minutes?
chat.
About
He'll come
15
join us here in a
minutes.
second.
She expressed no fear of Mark during that conversation.
She said Mark is being good to her.
She expressed
Thank you,
no
Lindsay, for this.
concerns about her safety, right?
Yes, correct.
And you asked her several times if you could help her, right?
Yes.
And she said no every time, correct?
Yes. And every time I ask her, she keeps repeating, Mark is being good to me, Mark is taking care of me, Mark is taking the kids to school.
She told you that there was nothing that she needed help with, right?
Correct.
She called, it was Julie that called you, right?
Yes.
And she said, "Don't worry if you don't see me outside," right?
Yes.
And she told you that you didn't need to stop over, right?
There wasn't anything about coming over or not coming over.
She told you that everything was handled, no help was necessary, she was going to be fine, right?
She didn't say I'm going to be fine. She just said Mark is taking care of me. But
Had Julie ever told you that she feared being poisoned?
she never mentioned poison. She just said, when I asked her outside that Tuesday if she really thinks that Mark would do something to her, she said yes.
So the day before,
That little ASMR sound is from
she
the video.
had this
that was pretty good.
problem on Wednesday. On Tuesday, she told you that she feared Mark would really do something to her.
Yes.
And then on Wednesday, when something was happening to her, she didn't ask for any help.
Correct.
Prior to that day, had you offered to allow her to use your property at Lily Lake?
Yes, my husband did.
This is the original ASMR on VHS.
Were you there when your husband asked her?
I don't remember being there, but I know he told me about it.
Matthew, we need your take. What was your take on that fight?
And she declined that offer.
Who was in the right? Who was in the wrong?
On this occasion when Julie dropped off the film, she came to your house,
Yes.
rang the bell,
Yes.
right? And then she gave you these undeveloped film canisters, correct?
Yes.
And just a couple days after you received that undeveloped film, Julie came back to your house.
Yes.
And let me take a step back for a moment. Did she tell you to do anything with the film other than just hold on to it?
She just said to hold on to it.
Did she say what you should do with it?
No.
When she came over on to get the undeveloped film back, you had just before that seen a police car pull into her driveway, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week this would have been?
No.
Do you recall what time it was?
I think it was in the morning. Or early afternoon, because I was home by myself. My kids were in school.
Did she say anything other than to ask for the film back?
She didn't ask for anything.
She just said, "Can I have that film I gave you?"
Right.
You didn't talk to the police officer that day?
No.
The police officer didn't come over to try to talk to you?
No.
Did you see Julie give the film to the officer? Did you keep looking out the window?
Actually, I didn't see it, no.
You don't know how long they talked or anything like that?
No.
Did Julie tell you that she wasn't eating?
No, but I heard it from my husband. She didn't tell me that.
Did Julie tell you that she wasn't sleeping?
No.
The Sunday before Julie died, you saw her, right?
Yes.
You saw her and Mark and Douglas and David?
No, David wasn't there. And their dog.
And their dog go for a walk?
Yes.
They looked happy?
Yes.
Was it a nice day?
It was.
Because this was late November?
Yes.
After the walk, Mark was shooting baskets, playing with the kids?
After the walk, I remember Mark took Douglas and then they went to a store. So they left.
Julie came over?
Yes.
Was she upset?
No.
What was she talking to you about?
Well, first of all, I asked her a question. I said, I saw you going with Mark and Douglas for a walk, and I was actually happy, and I'm like, is it getting better? And she said, oh, no, it's even worse. That's why I have to make that phone call to the officer, Cosman.
And she called Officer Cosman?
Yes, she did.
Did you see Officer Cosman come over?
I saw him come over that Monday, the week.
On on November 30th?
Yeah, that's Monday.
What time of day did he come over on the Monday?
Again, I thought it was the morning hours.
Mark came home then, right?
Monday?
No, I'm going back, sorry.
Oh, you
I'm going back to the Sunday conversation. Okay. Julie was at your house, right?
Yes.
Mark came back.
Yes.
Julie got upset that Mark came back?
She got panicking because she didn't expect him to be back so soon.
And you were nervous too?
Well, I was nervous for her, yes.
Julie had been at your house hundreds of times, right?
Yes, on certain occasions.
That never bothered Mark, right?
Yeah, I guess not.
You never saw him be unhappy that Julie came over to your house, right?
No.
So what was the concern with Mark seeing that Julie was at your house?
At that time, she felt like he's getting suspicious that she knows something, whatever he's planning or whatever he's doing, and that's why.
Did Julie say what she was worried about if Mark found out?
Well, because Julie, at that time, she wasn't sure herself what was going on. That was the problem. She wasn't sure what Mark is planning, if he's just scaring her or if he's actually planning on killing her, or that's the reason.
She didn't want you to contact Mark, right?
No, she did not.
She did not want you to tell him the things that she had been saying, right?
Correct. She didn't even want me to tell the neighbors about whatever I know.
She didn't ask for anybody to intervene, right?
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Right.
There's your poll, Matthew.
With respect to the neighbors, there were a number of neighbors she would talk to, right?
Yes.
You didn't really know how close she was to the neighbors?
No, I don't know.
Following Julie's death, the neighbors talked quite a bit about
Weather Watch, I agree.
Yes.
There was a lot of speculation about what had happened.
I guess so. Everybody, yeah, had their opinions and everything.
Everybody was giving their opinions.
I forgot to put the poll up. Sorry.
Knew,
Click the wrong button.
Whatever they were guessing had happened, right?
There's your
I
poll.
don't know. They were guessing it. They knew.
And one of the things they were gossiping about was seeing this car in the driveway.
Well, I seen the car, yeah, and they did guess about that too.
Now, how many times did you see that car in December?
I just want to say maybe I saw it once or twice. That's about it.
What kind of car was it?
It just in my memory, I just remember it was some kind of dark color, maybe black, maybe dark navy blue, but I don't know the make. I don't know what it was.
Do you know who the car belonged to?
Well, at that point, I assume it was Kelly Labonte.
At that point, you didn't know who Kelly Labonte was, right?
No, I did not. I just knew there was someone. I didn't know her name even, but at that point.
So you're assuming now that it was?
Yeah.
But you
Oh, I mean later, yeah, because later.
Oh man, Mars House. Get feeling better. Thanks for stopping by, but please get healthy, get some rest,
Well, that's what the
and come back
neighbors
and
told
join
you.
us.
Yes.
There were other women who
pulling
were
for
coming
you.
by the
Get
house to
feeling
help
better for
Mark,
sure.
right?
Yeah, I think I seen his sister and probably his mom.
He had family friends who were doing the kinds of things that people do when their spouses die, like bring dinners over.
Yes.
He had cleaning people, right?
I don't remember the cleaning people. I know you asked me that before, but I don't remember the cleaning people.
Well, people came by the Jensen house and you didn't always know what their purpose was in being there, true?
Well, yeah, that's true.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up this poll here.
Mark didn't keep the car for that long. I think within 2 weeks the car was gone. He sold it.
Yes, 64%.
Well, in fact, Julie's family was staying at Mr. Jensen's home for over a week after Julie passed away, right?
Julie's
Her family came in from out of town and members stayed at his house, right?
I don't remember seeing anybody. I'm sorry.
Do you know whether that Toyota was sold to her brother who drove it home when he left from attending the funeral?
I don't know who he sold the car to. I don't know.
You have no idea why that Toyota might not have been parked in the garage right after her death, right?
It was kind of strange to seeing it outside right away, but I don't know what was the reason. No.
There were visitors at the Jensen home because they were in town for the funeral, right?
I guess.
The only woman that you said you saw Kelly Labonte at the house within 2.
I don't know about the ME report, Sandy.
Well,
I'll
I
have to look
saw
for
a
that.
person walking in and out, and yeah, I would presume that was her.
In December?
Yeah, within 2 weeks.
Okay. Do you recall being asked the following question and giving the following answer when you testified on July 12th, 2007, page 68, line 7?
Do you recall the specific thing?
Let's see, where should I start? Question, so the only woman you ever saw there in December, there being the Jensen home, in December was somebody with longer reddish hair. Answer, yeah.
I remember seeing that girl, yes, and I saw her like the almost, I would say next day or, yeah.
That was a younger babysitter, right?
Right.
Like a high school babysitter.
Yeah, or early college, yes.
And she was the only woman that you saw at the Jensen house in December.
That's correct. She was the woman, and I just saw the car, so yeah, you're right.
Well, and you only saw the car, you saw a car you didn't recognize one time in December, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then in January, you saw Kelly Labonte there.
Yes, as it got warmer, then they would go, be outside with the boys together.
So was
I
it?
would see her more and more.
It was after December before you ever saw her.
Yes.
And you didn't see her much in January, it was more in the spring.
It was more in the spring, correct.
You spoke with Julie on Tuesday, 2 days before she died, is that right?
Yes.
She had just gotten back from the doctor, she said.
Yes.
She was alone.
Yes.
Did she say that she had seen the doctor for depression?
No, she just said that she went to a doctor, and that was it.
Did she tell you the doctor had given her antidepressants?
No, she did not tell me that.
She told you she was very unhappy because Douglas is in full-time daycare?
Yeah, she seems unhappy because of that reason, yes.
She was unhappy and upset about that, right?
Yes.
And that's the conversation in which she said she believed Mark could do something.
Yes. What about?
Pardon?
What about?
Oh, I mean, is that the same conversation where she said that Mark?
You mean the same day?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, is it the same conversation?
Yeah, it was one of the questions. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't ask a very good question to start this, but she came home on Tuesday from the doctor, right?
Yes.
She pulled in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And she also had gotten some groceries, maybe?
Yes.
And you talked to her in her driveway,
Yes.
correct? And at that time, she told you that she'd been at the doctor, right?
Yes.
And is this the same conversation where she tells you that she's unhappy and upset about Douglas being in daycare?
Yes.
And it's the same conversation in which you ask, do you really think Mark would do something?
Yes.
And this is a 5 or 10 minute conversation on a Tuesday afternoon?
Maybe, yeah, 10, 15 minutes, yes.
She didn't ask for any help from you at that time, correct?
No, she did not.
And the only other time then you talked to her between that point and her death was the next day when she called you on the phone and said, don't worry if you don't see me outside.
I'm sorry?
The only other time you talked to her between that conversation on Tuesday and her death was when she called on Wednesday and in this conversation where she said, don't worry if you don't see me outside.
Yes.
One more question about the Tuesday. Did she tell you that the doctor had given her medication at that time?
No, she didn't mention anything about any medication.
I think we got about 15 minutes left, and we'll wrap up for the day. This should be the last witness during this trial here. And then we'll have a
You
break
saw,
for the day.
you mentioned seeing some things in the garbage.
Yes.
Those were, other than that red vest, did you see anything that you could identify?
Like I mentioned, some craft things and sewing boxes and the red jacket that I saw her wearing recently.
Do you know, well, and you couldn't see what, there were bags out there?
There were bags, yeah, but I don't know what was inside.
You couldn't see other than one red vest that was out
Yes,
of
Myra,
the bag.
that's what we're going to do.
Seeing.
Roll call tomorrow, 9
I
a.m.
know there
Eastern.
was more loose things
BK
that
tomorrow.
I
More
can't
of
tell
the
what it was because I don't
the
remember.
antifreeze case as well.
Julie was smart.
Yes.
You were aware that she had worked earlier in their marriage, right?
Yes.
She told you that she had worked in the financial industry.
Yes.
Had she told you that she had gone to nursing school?
She didn't tell me that.
She had her own car.
Yes.
She had her own car the whole time you knew her, right?
Yes.
She never had any financial complaints, correct?
Correct.
She came and went as she pleased during the day, right?
It seemed like it, but it was pretty much grocery shopping or there was something involved with boys.
You were part of her book club, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
What books? What
And
books?
Julie missed book club a number of times because, well, she said it was because of Mark, right?
Yes.
Say she couldn't make book club because Mark was working. right?
Objection, Your Honor, it's irrelevant unless there's a time frame established.
Well, I think you should put the time frame in.
The before her, in the months before her death, well, in November, Julie hosted book club, right?
I like that.
Yes.
In the months before that, she missed several book clubs because of Mark, right?
They bring up book club like it's a crime. They're talking about it like crazy.
Right. Okay, so she missed some, and then she left early from some.
Yes.
And she would say that's because Mark needed her at home or because Mark was working.
Yes.
You didn't know whether that was true or not.
I believed Julie, but I didn't know.
Right. You didn't know whether that was actually required of her to go home or not. Correct?
Thanks, Tag. We
Yes,
love you here.
but knowing Julie,
Squirrel!
I don't see any other reason.
You never heard any of these discussions between Mark and Julie about her getting a job, right?
No, I did not.
You never heard any of these discussions
like
between
Fahrenheit
Mark and Julie
451
about
here.
Douglas being in daycare?
No, I did not.
You don't, if Mark wanted Douglas in daycare, you don't know the reasons why?
Well, Julie told me that Mark wanted Douglas in the all-day care because Julie had bad influence in Douglas.
Would have been an advance copy, Jay Hughes.
And did you,
Early
do you
rough
know
draft,
why
maybe.
he didn't work? Or why he wanted her to work?
Well, Julie always worked one way or the other. She babysit so she could make some money, contribute to the family. But why he wanted her to work, I don't really know. Why
Well,
he
she-
wanted her to work out of the house.
Well, she was complaining about that, right?
Yes, she wanted to stay at home with Douglas.
From the way all the friends
And
describe it,
you don't know
his profession was
whether,
surfing
in
the internet.
fact, Mark wanted her to work, right?
Well, that's what she said.
Right. And you never talked to Mark about that and
No,
got
I
his
never
view.
did. No.
And if that was true that Mark wanted her to work, you don't know why, right?
Well, that's the only answer she gave me, that she's bad influence on Douglas and she wants him to go full daycare and her to get a job.
But again, you didn't talk to Mark to get his side of the story, right?
No, I did not.
Did Julie talk to you about having seen a counselor for depression?
No, she did not.
Did she ever tell you that she had been on antidepressants before?
No, she did not.
And in 1998, she didn't tell you that she was taking antidepressants?
No, she did not.
Did she tell you about seeing the doctor in September and telling him then that she was feeling depressed?
No,
Sounds like he's wrapping up here.
I don't remember her telling me that.
On the Monday before Julie died, you had a conversation with her?
Yes.
When was that?
Was probably early afternoon. It was, as always, on her driveway or her yard.
And that was another 5 to 10 minute conversation?
Yes.
And in this 5 to 10 minute conversation on Monday, November 30th, she told you that she had had an affair, right?
No,
Did she ever tell you that she had an affair?
she did, but not that Monday.
When did she tell you that she had an affair?
When she came to the house that Sunday to make the phone call.
Oh, that was the day before?
Yes,
And that just came up from nowhere?
yes.
Oh, by the way, yeah. Just FYI, while I borrow your phone, yeah, that happened.
Yellow. Would you bring in what's on the printer, please? Thank you.
Judge just took a phone call.
After your telephone call on Wednesday, did you try calling Julie back at all?
No, I did not.
You didn't stop at the house?
No.
Is that because she had discouraged you from intervening?
Well, like I said to my husband, I said, she said,
Well,
Mike.
actually, why don't you just, his question was whether
By a thing, what are you referring to?
she had discouraged you from intervening.
Yes, she did.
Go ahead.
Yes, she did.
Yes, she did.
It almost comes with the territory, Matthew. It's like that's how they introduce themselves. Hi, I'm so and so, and I've had.
And at no time during any of the conversations you had during the last 2 weeks of Julie Jensen's life did she ask you to talk to Mark, right?
She never asked me to talk to Mark.
And at no time during those last 2 weeks did she ever ask you to talk to the police, right?
Correct.
And at no time during those last 2 weeks did she ever ask you to help her get away, correct?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had previously filed for divorce against Mark?
I heard about it. I'm not sure if she told me or my husband did, but I knew about it.
It's been pretty much more of the same testimony.
Thank you, that's all.
I think they're done here.
Mrs. Voigt, this
A little back and forth, and she'll be
conversation where Julie Jensen had told you about her affair. When did that conversation occur?
On Sunday, when she came to make the phone call.
And this was the Sunday before she died?
Yes.
And tell us everything you can remember about that when she came to make a phone call.
She made the phone call, and after the phone call, actually, that's what she said. She said, I had an affair with a coworker. That's about it, what she told me about it.
Do you remember?
I didn't ask her any questions, and it was kind of, I was very surprised.
Do you remember her saying anything about Mark or about how Mark felt about her after she told you about this?
Yes, she said the reason she did because she thought that Mark doesn't love her anymore.
The reason she did what? The reason she told you about this, or the reason that
No, she told me that the reason I had an affair was because I thought that Mark doesn't love me anymore.
It's the turtleneck, right, Christy?
What time of the day on Sunday was this phone call?
It's probably like a little bit maybe after lunchtime, kind of around lunchtime. I would say maybe 1 o'clock.
And were you able to hear her speaking on the telephone when she made the phone call?
Yeah, I didn't know what she said. I wasn't listening, but yeah, I heard her.
Did you somehow know who she was going to call?
She told me she's going to call Officer Cosman. So I knew who she's going to call. Yes.
And was this before or after she had given you these film canisters?
After.
Was this before or after she'd come to recover the film canisters?
After.
I don't know if she's from Russia or Ukraine or something like that.
Thank you, Mrs. White. I don't have any further questions.
Just a couple.
Back and forth.
So was it your understanding that this affair had been recent?
No, you know what? She probably had, because I knew Douglas was a baby, so yeah. She must have mentioned it, so I knew it wasn't recent.
Your understanding was it was when Douglas was a baby?
Yes.
Spicy
and Douglas
maple
was
bourbon
about
pickles.
3 or 4 at the time?
Creative B. That's my
I
vote.
don't know how old he was, but it sounded like it happened when she had Douglas. And
Sounds Ukrainian,
she was still working at
Eastern
the time,
Europe.
'cause she's
I think we
psycho,
agree.
so.
Okay. That's all, thank you.
Okay.
As you're sitting here now today,
Yes.
are you sure that it was about the time after she'd had Douglas, or could it have been about the time after she had David, or aren't you sure?
It was after the time she had, did they say Douglas? It was David.
So correction on the time
David.
frame.
So as you're sitting here now today, you know who it was?
It was David.
It was after she'd had David?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, nothing further.
So Ms. Voigt and David would have been about...
Well, he was a baby, I don't know how old.
DMB, you're right.
But you don't... I was going to ask how old he was in 1998. You're not sure.
1998 when Julie died, how old was David? That's what
Right.
you're asking me? I think he was about 8 years old.
Okay.
BK judge has already set the hearing for earlier, moved from 10 o'clock Idaho time, Pacific time, to 8 o'clock. So that'll be tomorrow morning, Kathy.
I'm sorry, I did have one other thing.
Yeah,
When
they just can't end here.
She told you about this miscarriage, again, that's something you only heard from Julie, right?
Yes,
You didn't ask Mark anything about it, right?
I did not.
And you don't know what Mark's side of the story is, right?
No.
Okay, that's all.
All right, Judge, can we go home now? We've already sat through two
Yeah,
very long opening
I need
statements.
that exhibit, the
One of which had
photograph.
music,
I don't
which
know
was pretty good.
what number it is.
But
Well, do you have the photographs here?
Yes, they're in there.
They're in here. It's the
We need some
photograph
water.
of
She looks thirsty as
Julie
well.
And David and Douglas.
Ma'am, you would like some water?
Yeah. So would that be near the
I thought
bottom?
so.
This is what I'm looking for. Thank you.
I have to ask the judge, may I be excused? Is it Your Honor? Your Honor? Can we all have comfort breaks?
I show this photograph. It's been marked as State's Exhibit S-104. And I ask if you can identify the persons depicted in that photograph.
It's Julie, David, and Douglas.
And would you say that, does that photograph appear to have been taken sometime in, by looking at that photograph, can you tell whether it was taken at some point within a matter of months of Julie's death, or did it appear to be taken at some time earlier?
Objection beyond beyond this witness's abilities?
It seems like it was taken within a month, because looking at the boys.
That's about how David looked in the last months preceding Julie's death?
Yeah, I think so. It's been
And
9 years, so,
Is that about how Julie looked in the months preceding her death?
yes.
So how old would David appear to be there at that photo, would you say, if you know?
Yeah, he looks more like, 7, 8. And Douglas looks like 3 or 4.
Thank you. I have no further question.
Nothing further.
You may step down, ma'am.
There we go. That's the end. And back in the courtroom, back in real time.
I take it that's our last witness for the day?
Yes,
It
better
is,
be.
Judge, and I'm just moving that exhibit number 7 into evidence.
All right, any objection? All right, 7 will be received. Okay, folks, thank you for everything you've done today. We're going to start at 8:30, so please be here before that. Have a good evening. Again, please don't talk or watch anything about the case, okay? Thank you.
There's Officer Peck for those of you that are asking for it. They're in the background. All right, so the jury's leaving. We just want to make sure nothing exciting happens here right at the last minute, maybe with a hot mic or something of that nature. And if it doesn't, Mark's going to go back to his little room, courtesy of those bailiffs behind him. I won't be here in the morning. I'll be in a hotly contested deposition. Matthew will miss you.
All right, you can have a seat and sit down.
Oh, man, more stuff.
The jury
Your
is
Honor.
outside the courtroom. We have an issue then for tomorrow on witness number 65, Eric Shore. That is the friend of David, the young
the
friend.
Judge, Your Grace, Your Highness.
I do have the case that was brought up by Mr. Jambo.
Your Royal Highness.
The statute that I'm going to look at. We'll deal with it at 8:15.
The music was fun.
So we don't keep the jury waiting. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then I'll figure out what to do.
I would point out one other thing, Your Honor. If you wanted to look at where that came up in the last trial, it's on transcript for January 28th, 2008, page 10, line 1, through page 21, line 10.
What's the transcript line again?
January 28th, 2008.
Okay.
Page 10, line 1, through page 21, line 10.
Thank you.
And I would just note, Your Honor, that at that time there was an issue about confrontation, and there was no confrontation clause issue at that time because David Jensen was going to be made available. There is no confrontation clause issue this time because this is not a testimonial statement. Since it's not a testimonial statement, it's not a confrontation clause issue. The only question is whether it's admissible as either an excited utterance or under the residual hearsay exception.
And I know I do try to multitask up here. I don't know who brought it up, whether it was you, Mr. Jamboys, or Ms. McNeil, the issue of that the David was a minor and the excited utterance is looked at different for minors, but that's only for sexual assault cases.
Well, Your Honor, I would disagree with that. I would say that it's not only for sexual assault cases.
I don't have any other cases. Trust me, I've read a lot. You guys are watching this video. There is no other case that says there's an exception just because he's a juvenile.
But, Your Honor, if you look at, for example, the 5 factors that are
We're not talking about the 5 factors. That's the different
case law.
hearsay exception. I'm talking about excited utterance. And the case law says there's preference given for minors if it's a statement regarding sexual assault. And this is not a sexual assault case. As you reminded me when the jury was out, this is a homicide case.
Yes, Your Honor. And by the way, Your Honor, I'll say this. I apologize for the way that I spoke.
Trust me, we get heated and we try to do our jobs, and I accept your apology. I hold nothing against you.
That's off the big of the
That doesn't mean
judge.
the defense gets to yell at me tomorrow.
Round 2.
All right, have a good evening. We'll see you at 8:15.
Begin.
If I could add something.
Finish him.
So we will research this tonight. We'll work on it. But I do want to point out give another case cite that I
Regarding an
think
excited utterance?
Yes.
And what case do you have?
Gerald L.C., and the case site is 194 with second 548.
Okay, we're almost out the door. The courtroom's leaving. They're just getting up and walking out.
194 Wisconsin 2nd.
The
548,
the defense
right?
is just going to stand up and leave here too.
All right. You
They're
have
not
that, Mr.
waiting
Jim?
for everything to
Okay.
finish. Here we go.
Thank you. He's got to wait to make sure the jury's out. They're all out?
Yeah, she's out of there. She's like, my bag packed. See ya, Jensen. Heading back to the hotel or whatever. So she's out of there. All right, there we go. Audio feed's been dropped. Looks like Jensen's going to get his bling back on, and then head back out. So there he goes. Yes, he did apologize. That was good. That was awfully big of him for the judge to not make a big deal out of that. Not sure what's in the envelope. Ooh, little handsy there with the attorney. Lip balm, whisper in the ear, sweet nothings. And a little backhand dismissal. So there they go. All right, I think we're done. Everyone's leaving, so nothing's going to happen beyond here. All right, we've got to go. We've got to wrap this up because tomorrow's going to be a big day. It's going to be amazing. We've got BK out of Idaho, first of all. He's got his hearing, a status hearing. It's been a week. Can you imagine that? It's been a week since he's been brought back to Idaho out of PA when we followed his plane all the way across the country. It's been amazing. Fracture did a great job so far keeping the internet up and running. Keep it up all night as well, and we will have nothing but thanks for you tomorrow morning. That's going to be good. It's going to be fun tomorrow. We have more of this case as well. That's going to start at 8. They said 8:15, right? So, man, we're going to interrupt this case to get BK. That's what's going to happen. But we don't know if the BK issue will be broadcast live, if that issue has been resolved yet with the judge, or if everyone just assumes that we're just going to film it all and then watch it after the fact, which is going to be a little tricky. But we'll make sure we get to do that. Either way, we're going to find out what happens, whether he pleads guilty or not guilty tomorrow, whether he maybe waives his right to a speedy trial. We don't know, but something will happen, and we probably will leave tomorrow with at least BK case in Idaho. We'll have the next date of the next hearing, whether the preliminary hearing is coming up or what's going to be next. We'll have that information at least, and it'll give us a little bit of a roadmap for how we're going to proceed. I think that's all we've got for today and tomorrow. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully there's no police chases tonight because we have been on all day today. And I'm not a camel, right? I've got to work on these sound effects for you guys as well. So I've got a little bit of work to do. Plus I've got my activity I've got to go to tonight for the youth. And so I'm gonna be busy there. So thank you everybody. Thank all of you for being here. You guys are phenomenal. All those who have become members or have just been here to chat and just hung out and chat and been with us that way. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks for the shares. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for just being good people in chat and welcoming the new guys, teaching them the ropes and making them feel at home. Speaking of home, when you get home tonight, please give a hug to those people you love. Smile at somebody and make their day just a little bit better. And stay safe till tomorrow morning when we're going to do this all over again, 9 a.m. North Carolina time. That's Eastern Coast for those of you that didn't know. It's going to be fun. Get some rest. Buckle up. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. We'll see you guys then.